Bado. The 32nd annual general meeting of the Convocation of the OUT of Tanzania. Sante sana, that's nice. President of the Convocation, the Open University of Tanzania, Professor Modest Varisanga, who is our host today. It is now your time for a welcoming remarks to all our invited guests. The podium is yours, Prof. Karibu sana.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. MC. Comrades, good morning. Today I'll go a bit different. I won't mention the dignitaries as if we are in a political meeting. Today we are celebrating, so I'll go a bit different. So it is my privilege and a great honor to welcome the Regional Commissioner of Mwanza, Honorable Kigoma Adam Malima, but he is today represented by Honorable DC of Maku. I acknowledge his as to agree to organize these two ceremonies. We have convocation today and graduation tomorrow. When I say they have decided to host, I really mean this, the meaning of the word host. They have incurred all the cost involved in the two ceremonies. Can we put our hands together for him, please? For the presence of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Eliphas Tozo Bisanda, and we sincerely greet and welcome the Vice Chancellor of the National Open University of Nigeria, now Professor Olufemi Peters, as our guest speaker. The keynote address of this year's convocation is centered on the contribution of the open and distance learning in social, political, economic and development of Africa. It is not by any accident that Professor Peter has prepared a so interesting topic for discussion. National Open University of Nigeria is our most important African partner university. We are grateful that his delegation has devoted both time and money to attend our convocation and graduation ceremonies. We thank you, sir. We have each and every member of our academic committee, as well as their expertise, leadership, compassion, and generosity. We thank them for making the lives of the people we serve, who of course are students, matter. Our visiting dignitaries, the university welcomes you and appreciate for coming to share the joys of this momentous occasion with us. The entire community of the Open University of Tanzania enjoys the privilege of being with you today and hope you are feeling the warmth around. We say karibu sana. Least but not last, I recognize with pride and satisfaction the presence of the 3 Deputy Vice Chancellors of the Open University, the deans here present, and the directors, as well as professors, lecturers, and other members of the university staff. Together, they have made the university to what it is today. Dear graduates, dear family friends of our esteemed OUT graduates of the year 2022, including the international students as well as their representatives, invited guests, OUT leaders, also leaders, security, media groups here present, accept my warmth welcome to the 32nd OUT's convocation ceremony. But before we proceed, with great sadness, I have to convey that our academic community has suffered a tragic loss. Not long ago, the OUT community suffered a great loss as one of its renowned and founding member, Professor Emmanuel Kigadie, passed away. But together with him, the university has equally lost some students, and even some members of the convocation may have either lost their beloved relatives, or as a convocation community, we may have lost some of our beloved members. We miss them, and we are always with their families as well as friends. May we now rise to a minute of silence to honor and remember those who have departed. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Amen. Thank you. Honorable guests, it is my great pleasure and privilege to welcome all of you here present to this historic ceremony. Today's ceremony marks the 32nd convocation of the Open University of Tanzania. On behalf of the entire community, I most heartily welcome our guest of honor. I also extend our warmth welcome to the government officials present, and in particular, officials from the regions surrounding Mwanza. Dear graduates, family members, and guests, welcome to the OUT convocation ceremony, and thank you for being here today. Many of you come from afar and have faced a long journey to be here. We are honored by your presence and are pleased that you have accepted the invitation to take part in this celebration. Some other students may not be able to be here in person, but today technology helps us. They are following us online and would like also to greet them with affection. Today we wanted to pay tribute to the outcome of your work and commitment. I know that on such occasions as this one, there is a risk of being too rhetorical or celebratory. I will try not to be so. Honorable guest of honor, on behalf of the OUT convocation members, I register our deep appreciation to you for putting into organizing our two ceremonies, convocation and graduation, as per OUT norms and standards. Your mindfulness, inventiveness, and careful arranging have guaranteed that we have an effective day. Much thanks to you and your team for such a great amount of dedication and for being there with us. We cannot thank you enough in mere words, but being part of the hospitality business ourselves, we look forward to a continued relationship with people around Lake Victoria in the future. Honorable guests of honor, nearly at similar moments like today, our university is going to celebrate its 42nd graduation tomorrow. With the rapid development of technology and internet, distance education has finally realized its initial idea to provide quality but affordable home learning to students who were unable to attend regular classes due to financial, spatial, geographical obligations and other reasons. Although the popularity of the ODL has significantly increased in recent years, the original paradigm of what distance education actually means has changed a lot in the last 5 years. In other words, distance education has made a transition in the last decade. First, through its implementation in the form of online courses, to its today's position where it is regularly implemented even in secondary education as well as in other lower institutions of higher learning. It is in this respect, honorable guest of honor, the 32nd convocation of OUT decided to invite Professor Olufemi Peters to be our keynote speaker for the occasion, with the theme being the contribution of open and distance learning in social, political, and economic development of Africa. I am proud to introduce Professor Peters, who has served as lead consultant to the Commonwealth of Learning, Vancouver, Canada, to a number of African universities and many Nigerian universities seeking to transit to dual mode of delivery on areas of policy formulation for dual mode institutions, quality assurance practices, and management of ODL institutions. Professor Peters' speech or address is expected to accomplish at least 4 major items. That will be to educate us, the second will be to motivate us, and the third will be to inform us, and the third will be to entertain us on the areas of ODL and the national development. Honorable guest of honor, we sincerely appreciate your presence and honored participation. We look forward to hearing your opening speech together with the keynote address for our convocation. The majority of us are aware and appreciate that you have gained a wealth of experience through your portfolio, while we appreciate that you have personally demonstrated your deep interest towards the Open University of Tanzania. Can we put our hands together for the guest of honor, please? We really appreciate your contribution. Guest of honor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am glad to inform you that this year we expect to welcome a total of 4,116 new convocation members, out of whom 766 are postgraduates, 1,213 are undergraduates, and 2,237 non-degree holders. In the current cohort, there are about 66 students who are from different countries. Lawer University in Ghana, we have about 35 students who are actually following this event online. We have 80 students from Rwanda, 60 students from Kenya, from Uganda, 4 students from Kenya, 4 students from Namibia, and 2 students from Ethiopia, as well as 2 students from Zambia and Burundi, 2 each, and from Democratic Republic of Congo, South Sudan, and Malawi, they have 1 student each. There are about 5 PhDs, and the remaining 24 masters. So the remaining is about 50%. You can say that over international students who are graduating today, 50% are postgraduates and 50% are undergraduates. The new members constitute about 45% females. That is a rise from 42 last year, and 55% males. That is a decline from 48 last year. The gender disparity is slowly narrowing, and it is in line with one key objective of establishment of the Open University of Tanzania. But we should not be complacent until gender equity is higher in higher learning institutions as well as other employment organizations is attained. Gender imbalance in Tanzania remains the case despite the opportunity and the flexibility offered through ODL provisions. Open and online learning open doors to all who qualify to join educational programs and enhance their career to enroll into higher education, hence growing professionally. Guests of honor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I do congratulate all prospective graduates in various academic fields who will be conferred certificates, diplomas, degrees tomorrow at the 41st graduation ceremony. May I take this opportunity to welcome all prospective graduates to the Open University of Tanzania Alumni Association, which was officially inaugurated on 22nd September this year by Honorable William Lukuvi, who is an OUT alumni and member of Parliament for Ismani constituency in Iringa. The current president of the OUT Alumni Association is Honorable Almas Maige, who is an MP Member of Parliament for the North Tabora constituency. Graduation is such an important milestone for graduates and their families, and I congratulate you once again on your achievement. The completion of your degree is a great personal accomplishment and is also a milestone shared by parents, siblings, friends who contributed towards your success. As the staff of the OUT, we are so proud of you and your achievements, and we wish you well in your chosen career as you leave the OUT. This time as one of our very valued ambassador. Now, those of you who have studied marketing, remember, I wonder if this is possible. In marketing, there are about 4 P's. They call the P's of marketing mix. Today, I wish to give you the 4 P's for your life mix. The first P is purpose. We must make it clear in our lives and identify what is the underlying goal of our existence. If we do not know where we want to go, it is really hard to get there. So you must have purpose. The second P is that of perspective. This is a key factor of success in the mental approach we take towards ourselves and the world around us. If you believe that you can't, then you will remain a person who has been defeated by any challenge which you may encounter. So you must keep a positive perspective. The third P is productivity. This involves doing things rather than theorizing or planning only. There is a time in life when we need to break the laziness, to stop thinking and start doing. The fourth and final P is that of persistence. Never give up, as you will surely find so many difficulties in your journey to success. So remember the 4 P's: purpose, perspective, productivity, and persistence. Dear guests of honor, colleagues, and the OUT community in general, OUT will provide awards for the best performing students in the 2021-2022 academic year. The university has also provided also leaders certificates of merit. I sincerely recommend and congratulate all awardees for their noted achievements. Please keep it up wherever you go. As I invite the Vice Chancellor, Professor Elphas T. Bisanda, to welcome our esteemed honorable guest of honor to proceed with his award event speech and later on to award prizes and certificates to OUT prospective graduates, I thank you all for attending this graceful event, and I wish you all a peaceful and enjoyable stay at this convocation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Varisanga, the President of the Convocation of the Open University of Tanzania. Ladies and gentlemen, let us have a very big clap for Professor Varisanga. Okay, it is now time for Professor Bisanda, the Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Tanzania, for a opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, a very big clap for Professor Bisanda. Sante sana. Much welcome, Prof.
Honorable guests of honor, our alumni and district commissioner for Magu, Honorable Salum Kali, who is also representing the regional commissioner. Our guest speaker, Professor Rufemi Peters from National Open University of Nigeria, the president of the Convocation, Professor Varisanga, the Deputy Vice Chancellors here present, members of Council, members of Senate, deans and directors, the alumni of the Open University, led in particular by Honorable Mudhihiri wa Mudhihiri. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa. And there are many other former alumni here, I'm sure. The representatives of the higher education institutions who are here, I particularly recognize Dr. Chacha Magasi from CBE Mwanza campus. Members of the Regional Advisory Committee of the Mwanza region here present. I also recognize the presence of from the Open University of Tanzania for this 41st that will be held tomorrow. Finally, I recognize our visitors, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Are you happy?
Yes, we are very happy.
Let those who are happy wave their hand. Yes. Trying to bring you to life. Well, I would want to start by thanking all of you for showing up. A celebration is people. When there are no people, no celebration. So you made our day, but in particular, I want to commend those who made the arrangements for this graduation. The organizing committee, particularly led by our regional RAC, for having organized a very nice, I never thought we could have something here. I always thought this place is too small, maybe, but I want to commend the director of the regional center and the team that made the organization of this event. Today's event is very, very unique because we are celebrating new members to our alumni. We are celebrating graduates who are now being induced into the alumni of the Open University. Can we clap for them? Yes. And as the president said, this event is being broadcast widely by Zoom, but also by live YouTube. So I'm sure people from outside this country, especially our colleagues in Ghana, are watching us as we proceed in this event. The Open University has a vision to be a leading online university for knowledge creation and application. We are now living that vision. We are now demonstrating that we are attaining our vision. We are leading. As the president said, we have graduates from various countries, I think from 11 countries. Can all those who are from outside Tanzania who are here please stand? Because I know some of you are here. Those who have come from Sudan, South Sudan, Rwanda, Burundi, Congo, if there is any from Kenya, okay. I can see some 4, 5, 6. Can we clap for them? Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, this morning, somebody, my son actually, asked me a question. He saw the logo for this event. I circulated, I put it on my status. Then he asked, why don't you put pictures of black people? Because it seems like you have imported foreigners on your pictures. And I told him, no, these were graduates last year. He was quite impressed that we are able to reach out to many other countries. As I say, the president was not aware that the number of graduates has actually increased. We are now 4,124, if I'm not wrong, and we have 68 foreign students from 11 countries. Tomorrow I'll give better statistics, I'm sure, in my speech. Just listen carefully. I'll tell you how many graduates we have since we started, and I'll tell you how many foreign graduates we have since we started. This is a very important statistic. We are reaching out to a bigger community. In recognition of the work very well done by our regional advisory committee, we are also going to grant them certificates of recognition when we give the certificate. So I'll probably hope the DVC has names of those candidates. And this, although I was not given the certificates to sign, I don't know who has the certificates. Are they signed? They are already signed. Okay. Okay. All right. That's good. Now, as I'm before I invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor to make a presentation, I want to say something. We are trying very hard to increase access and success of learners. To increase access even to marginalized groups in our community. Of course, gender is one of them. When I came to the Open University, only 26% of graduates were female. That was 2009. 2009, only 26% of graduates were female. Today, we are boasting of 45%. Is there no increase? Very significant increase. Very soon, this force of female will overrun us. Very soon. There will be 55, will be 45. Very soon. They have a big momentum. Another thing we are doing, which I would like the community here to understand, we are also supporting heavily learners. Okay, I'm here, I'm heard better. We to improve learners with disabilities. And we have a particular unit in the Open University that is supporting learners with disabilities. Those who cannot see, those who cannot hear, but those who are also physically impaired. I don't have statistics whether we have any of them in this graduation, but I want to tell you, we have succeeded to extend education to blind people, particularly using assistive technology. Because online university, what about so the blind how to use computers, and they are now able to access information from the internet, from everywhere. You don't read for them anymore. The computer will read for them, so they don't have to work with the readers around them. And this has actually helped them to finish studies in the same as those who are not visually impaired. This is a great success for OUT. Teach to people who are deaf, but they have all physical abilities. So, some trained to repair computers, to do a lot of technical work on computers, and you know, we have in the Open University. With the deaf by ICT. And cannot connect with the deaf person. Because we know a signal sign language given so that because now they communicate by email or by messages on their phones. Can you discovery? That's a miracle happening within our community. So with this, I now welcome the DVC, Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, to make a preamble for the prize awards that are going to be provided to the best performing students, the student leaders, and the members of RAC. Thank you very much.
Our guest of honor, members seated at the high table, award recipients, media, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I welcome you all to this important occasion of this year, where we are going to present prizes to our outstanding students and other invited guests. I particularly welcome the prize recipients as well as donors of the awards, for without them, today's event will not be a success. This year, as in the past, the ceremony is meant to award top achievers in all academic units, with the prizes donated predominantly by the university and students' organization. Today, about 44 students, and as usual, the performance of female students has been very impressive, as we have seen about 33 female students emerging as best students from various faculties, 9 of whom have obtained GPAs equal to or and above 4.4, which is first class. Let me briefly describe the kinds of awards that guest of honor you will be requested to award to our prize winners. The first one is Vice Chancellor's Prize. This is given to a student with the highest GPA overall. And this year it will be a certificate, cash prize, and a trophy. The second prize is called the Vice Chancellor's Prize. This is awarded to a student with the highest GPA in each faculty, provided the GPA is not below 3.5. The third, Dean's Prize. This is awarded to bachelor degree student with the second best GPA, provided it's not below 3.5. And this year, the award certificate, cash prize of 225,000 Tanzanian shillings. The fourth, Minister's Prize. This prize is given to the best female performing student in each bachelor's degree program. And this year to be cash prize of about Tanzanian shillings 100,000. The fifth is Chief Justice Prize. This prize is given to the best student in the Faculty of Law with the first class. Unfortunately, this year, this prize is not there. Lawyers, we are sorry. The sixth is the candidate with the highest overall score with an A grade in the Commonwealth Youth Diploma Program, and this year to be cash prize. The Honorable Dr. Judge Paul Kiwewe. This is a prize given to a student with the highest score in the course titled Intellectual Property Law. And this year, this award is not there. Number 8 is also President's Award. This is given to the student with the highest GPA overall. This year, it is a cash prize of about Tanzanian shillings 500,000. And the last one is the also Secretary General Award. This is given to the best female student with the highest GPA overall. And this year is also you will be coming and pick your prize just before the guest of honor and the high table. The first one is the Vice Chancellor's prize. The Chancellor's prize, which goes to Mrianga Joseph. This is from Kagera Regional Centre. Overall winner with a GPA of 4.9. Almost all courses had an A. Where are the certificates? And the prize? Oh, there is that Irenani. Thank you. The second prize, Vice Chancellor's prize. These are from the Faculty of Arts. We have the same Mrianga Joseph. Mrianga, the best in the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. almost all courses with an A grade. The second is from Faculty of Science, Technology and Environmental Studies, goes to Sensor Saif Mohammed from Arusha with a GPA of 4.7. If not there, then maybe the Dean, Faculty of Science, Technology and Environmental Studies can pick the prize. We hope it will reach the candidate safely. It's in safe hands. Last year, the best came from Faculty of Science. This year, we are sorry, Faculty of Science. The third, Faculty of Business Management, is led by Wigenge Adventina Marcus. This is a female with a GPA of 4.7. From Arusha again. This is almost all courses with an A, maybe one B plus. From Faculty of Education, we have Vitalis Frederick. This is from Tanga with the GPA of 4.5. If not there, then Dean Faculty of Education, please. In Faculty of Law, we have John Mele. This is also from Arusha with a GPA of 4.0. Those who are aware, it's very hard to get first class in the laws, LLB. Not only at OUT, but most of the universities. A 4.0 is like a 4.9 in other faculties. He's also from Arusha. Now we move to Dean's Awards. Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences goes to Msagama's Andrew, GPA of 4.7 from Tanga. If not there, please, Dean, Faculty of Arts. And then from Faculty of Science, Wanga Hebert Peter from Iringa with the GPA of 4.7. Dean, Faculty of Science, please. And then from Faculty of Business Management, we have Kahema Richard from Arusha, GPA of 4.7. This is a first class. Dean, Faculty of Business Management, please speak for your student. Rehema Richard. Faculty of Education, Magagura Deodatus with a GPA of 4.4 from Kinondoni Center. Dean, from Faculty of Law, Hamisi Nanai from Shinyanga with 3.8. Then we have ministers' prizes. Best performing female in each program. We start with Bachelor of Human Resource and Management, Wigenge Adventina from Arusha. Then we have Bachelor in Community Economic Development, Kwigizile Edith from Moshi, Kilimanjaro Regional Centre. Then Bachelor of Science in Data Management, Charles Ansila from Kagera. Charles Ansila is around. She has a first class in BSc Data Management from Kagera region. From BBA Finance, we have Matongo Flora. This is from Kinondoni. She also has a GPA of 4.5, the first class. BBA Accounting, Najenga Rehema from Kinondoni Regional Centre. She has also first class. And then Bachelor of Library Information Management, we have Naingwa Fatuma from Dodoma. She also has the first class. Dean Faculty of Arts, please. Bachelor of Arts with Education, we have Kasote Judith from Mara. She has also first class. And then Bachelor of Science in Food, Nutrition and Dietetics, we have Albert Joyce from Mwanza. Wow, she has a first class. We have BBA Human Resource Management, Hassan Asia from Kinondoni. Dean, please, can you collect? And then we have BBA Marketing, Masao Catherine. Dean, you can pick for her as well. Yes, collective for her. Bachelor of Social Work, we have Ndosi Gracencia from Kinondoni Regional Centre with a GPA of 4.3. That's the upper second. BA Tourism, we have Mchao Yusta from Arusha. Mchao Yusta, are you there? If not, then Dean, you can pick. You have Bachelor of Education, Teacher Education, Mewile Fatuma. Mewile Fatuma, she's there. From Kilimanjaro. The upper second, 4.3. And then Bed PM. We have Mbando Margaret from Kilimanjaro again. Dean, please, can you pick this for her? Bachelor of Science with Education, we have Emmanuel Jacqueline from Kinondoni Regional Centre. She has a GPA of 4.3 from Kinondoni Centre. BBA with Education, we have Kiraho Jema from Kinondoni Regional Centre. Dean, please, you can pick this for her. Bed, adult education. Kiraho is not around. BBA with education, Kiraho. BBA ADL, not there as well. Adult, yes. Adult education, this is Muhimili Rita. Muhimili Rita is around. Muhimili Rita is around from Morogoro. BSc ICT, we have Muhema Pendo. Dean, please, from Tanga. BA Mass Communication, we have Celestine Tatiana from Morogoro. Tatiana is around. Mass Communication. And then BSc Environmental Studies, we have Mkela Beatrice. Mkela Beatrice is around from Kinondoni Regional Centre. BA Sociology, we have Marijan Julia. Marijan Julia is around, she's from Kinondoni. Bachelor of Arts in Population and Demography, Population Development, this is Yunus Safina from Tanga. BAPD, Dean, please. And then BA Kiswahili, Charles Asnat. Charles Asnat is not around. BA Kiswahili, please, Dean, pick for her. Bed Special Education, we have Foya Amelinda. Foya Amelinda is not around. From Tabora, please, Dean, can you pick for her? LLB, we have Mligo Deborah from Morogoro. Deborah is not around. Dean, please, you can pick for her. BA Economics, we have Kawanji Hobokela from Kagera. Hobokela from Kagera is around. BA Economics. BSc Home Economics and Human Nutrition, this Kasege Anna from Kinondoni. Kasege is not around. BA in Public Administration, we have Aponga Maria from Ilala, is not around. BA Journalism, we have Kitwana Hadija. Kitwana Hadija is not around, from Morogoro as well. Pick, please. BA International Relations, we have Dorcas Masumba. Dorcas Masumba is not around. Dean, please. BA Social Work, Aden Zuleka. This is from Kinondoni, not around. Bachelor of Education, this is Misanga Gaudensia from Kinondoni as well, not around. Dean, Faculty of Education, please speak for her. The other prize is CYP diploma. This year, this goes to Milinga Rosta. Milinga Rosta is not around. Director IC, please speak for him. Then we have also President Award. This goes to Mrianga Joseph from Kagera region. And then the also Secretary General Award, this goes to Wigenge Adventina Marcus from Arusha. Guest of honor, as I said before, Chief Justice Award this year is not there. Guest of honor, before you rest, please, we are also presenting list of students who are awarded certificates of merits for being leaders of the students' organization. They have finished their term, so we normally recognize them. They will receive certificates. I will read the names. If someone comes up, then please step ahead to receive your certificate. The first is Amani Wilson Mwaipaja. This was Minister of Sports, and it comes from Singida. The second, I request maybe Dean of Students to come and pick those who are not there, or someone else in the secretary. Yes, Dean of Students, thank you. The second is Balemele Magalata. This was Minister of Sports and Culture from Shinyanga. Not there as well. And then we have Derek Freddy. This was Minister of Culture and Tradition and Sports. Not there. Deus Toga was Deputy Vice President of Simiyu Regional Centre. This is around. Yes, that's Deus Toga from Simiyu Regional Centre. He was the Deputy Vice President of Simiyu Regional Centre. We also have Esther Amandus. This was Minister of Information and Communication. Not there, from Ilara Regional Centre. Fulgence Michael Silayo was Minister of Education from Kigoma Centre. And then we have Honga Jackson, Minister of Education from Mara Regional Centre. Ivan Elias, Regional Secretary of Kinondoni Centre. Jackson Joseph Katunzi, Minister of Education, Coast Region. Is that Honga Jackson? Oh, they are there. Honga Jackson. That's Fulgence. And then we have Honga Jackson, Minister of Education from Mara region. Yvonne Elias from Kinondoni was Regional Secretary. Jackson Joseph Katunzi was Minister of Education, Coast Regional Centre. Japhet Elia was a Minister of Deputy Vice President of Kinondoni. Joy Harrison Hezron had two positions. First, he was Deputy Minister of Education and later became Minister of News and Communication. This is from Mbeya. Joy Nsanya Mwalwego was Minister of Social Welfare from Mbeya. He's around. That's Joel Nsanya, Minister of Social Welfare from Mbeya Regional Centre. Jonathan Leonard, Deputy Minister of Education from Coast Regional Centre. Not around. Kampala Elisha Rwegera from Kigoma Regional Centre was Minister of International Relations. Kalim Soliambingu, Minister of Information and Communication from Tabora. Kasim Ibrahim, Minister of Information and Communication from Mwanza. Lonyori Sembeon, Deputy Minister of Education from Arusha. I think he's around. Is that Lonyori? Yes, Lonyori Simeon, Deputy Minister of Education from Arusha Center. Manning Bujash, this was Deputy Vice President from Tabora. Ndemle Nelson, Minister of Education from Tabora. Mnubi Hamis, Deputy Vice President from Zanzibar. Muganyiz Andrew, Minister of Education from Mara. I think he's around. Muganyiz? Yes. That was Minister of Education from Mara. That is graduating now. Musa Hussein Rugai Mukamu. This was Deputy Vice President from Mara. Not around. Mwakifwambia George, Regional Secretary from Mbeya. We have Neema Muhimba from Iringa, was a Regional Secretary. Noel Benjamin Kashinje was Minister of Sports and Games from Mbeya. Is around. Noel is around. Was Minister of Sports and Games. That's where he looks sportsy. From Mbeya. And then Peter Magibo. This is a regional secretary, was Regional Secretary from Shinyanga. He is around. We have Renson Mliapatali, Minister of Finance and Accounts from Kigoma. Saidi Maneno, Minister of Information and Communication from Kigoma as well. We have Sila Ngole, Deputy President, Mbeya Regional Center. Susanna Emmanuel, Minister of Finance from Mara. Susanna Pasco, Minister of Information and Communication from Morogoro. We have Teresia Asheri, Minister of Information and Communication from Njombe. And lastly, we have Violet Paul, who was Minister of Health from Mbeya. Guest of honor, thank you for that group. We are going to the last but one group of awards. These are special trophies that go to selected individuals who have supported OUT in different capacities. And in fact, their blood has got OUT cells. We start with the first one. This is Honorable Mudhiri Muhammad. This is our long-time alumni and has been with us all the time, ever since he was a very active politician. And he has his stories, probably we talk about it, about OUT. He did LLB, I guess, and then he continued with other programs as well with OUT. Thank you for coming. The second is Honorable Salum Kali, who is our guest of honor today, who is a Magu District Commissioner. This is this alumni of ours has a bachelor from OUT, but is also doing masters with OUT. So we are happy to be with him. That's a special award to you, sir. The third prize goes to Professor Femi Peters, who has traveled all the way from Nigeria to officiate this occasion. Now he has been a very good friend of OUT. We share a lot of experiences. And at one time we borrowed materials, learning materials from Noun. They gave us for free. Thank you very much. This is a VC of noun. The fourth and last goes to Honorable Adam Malima. This is Mwanza Regional Commissioner, who was supposed to be our host here, but he has other commitments because the Vice President is within his region. He has been very supportive, and whatever we see here is the one who is chairing. Thank you very much for receiving the award on his behalf. The last group, guest of honor, we are also recognizing the good work done by Regional Advisory Committee members, for without them actually will not be here, and even the center will not be here. So they are always working with the OUT as if they are OUT staff. We are presenting 7 of them for today because they are around. The first one is Laban Rubago Andrew. Laban, this has also been very, very closely chairing subcommittees in our graduation ceremony tomorrow. So whatever we see there will be as is his contribution. He's also an alumni of OUT. The second one is Sifa Azaria Masinde. Oh, sorry, Laban, have you got your prize? No, please, can you come back and take photos again? I welcome Sifa Azaria Masinde, another member of RAC. I remember up to late evening yesterday we had a meeting organizing for today and tomorrow. Thank you very much. She's also our OUT student. Probably next year she'll be one of the graduates. The third is Nasib Maguha. This is also a member of the Regional Advisory Committee who are assisting our services here in Mwanza region. Thank you very much. Wait for your award. The fourth is Honorable Amina Makilagi. This is not around, but will be represented by Nyamagana District Administrative Secretary, Honorable Jonas Alfred. These people have been very, very great people to ensure that OUT prospers in Mwanza region. They are the ones who have helped us get this premise here, and they always make follow-up of whatever happens. The fifth is Rose Pendaeli. Rose Pendaeli, this is OUT staff, long-serving staff, but I think she's still serving other people around. But can Director Regional Center please come and pick this award for her? We are also recognizing another RAC member who is our host today here, Director of the Regional Center Mwanza, Dr. Ansifrida Prosper, please. She has worked day and night. She has lost 2 kilos. She told me by tomorrow she would have lost 5 kilos. coordinating the government, the RAC, the students, and also publishing as well. Thank you, Doctor. The 7th is Bernard Kapaya. Mr. Bernard Kapaya, this is a long-serving OUT staff. He was director for Geita, Shinyanga, Simiyu, Mwanza. So he knows OUT more than anyone. He is now serving at Mwanza Regional Centre. Thank you, Kapaya, for being with OUT. We know your blood has got some cells of OUT. The last one is Rehema Machimo. This is also our staff here at the Regional Centre. She coordinates the library and also members who visit this premise. She has also lost like 2 kilos. Probably tomorrow she will have lost 5 kilos. The 9th one is Honorable Salum Kali. This is again our long-serving alumni, our students, our guest of honor, the Magu District Commissioner. Asante sana. Guest of honor, thank you very much for your accepting this occasion, and thank you very much and have a good time. Thank you very much. All members who received the awards, those who had the cash, please consult the secretariat. They will give you your cash.
Thank you very much, Professor Ngaru. Started with the preamble and then listing all the names, reading all the names of the awardees. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. To the high table. Indeed, they have done a very wonderful job. High table. Asante sana. Especially the academic ones. Education in which you don't pay if you don't settle. By fighting like a Maasai who protected his cattle. We believe in you that you are wise enough to rise. Unless otherwise, some inconveniences will arise. Do not when you take your seat, but make sure you attempt each and everything in your life. I was just giving you the news and let you not confuse. They are just developmental views, so please make them on use. Now it is time for the speech by guests of honor, and allow me to call upon Professor Bisanda so that you can welcome our guest of honor, San.
Open University. Hura. You see now, oye ni Kiswahili and hura is Kiingereza. Yeah, some of the people are listening to us online. So when we say oye, it means hura. Today we are very blessed to have our guest of honor, the DC for Magu, and fortunately is also our alumni and also our continuing student. So it's really very pleasing to have our guest of honor on this particular occasion that is going to say some very nice, interesting words to us on behalf of the Regional Commissioner. I have the honor to welcome our guest speaker.
the President of Convocation of the Open University of Tanzania, Professor Modesti Varisanga, the guest speaker, Professor Olufesi Peters, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Elfas Bisanda, Deputy Vice Chancellors, Deans and Directors, members of the convocations, distinguished sponsors and donors, distinguished and invited guests, respect, ladies and gentlemen, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, Jamhuri ya Muungano, allow Mr. President to take this opportunity. Personal thank you and the entire management of the Open University of Tanzania for inviting me to these occasions. I feel very honored to address the important assembly of my capacity of chair for Regional Advisory Committee and the Regional Committee for Mwanza Regional. I must admit that having and the from this office, I now have in the higher education sector, but I have not had an opportunity to speak to some. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Allow Mr. President to first bring you greetings, wishes for your 41st graduation from the people of Mwanza, and say to take this opportunity to welcome you to this beautiful land of Lake Zone. Mr. President, my belief is that higher education is central to the development of the United Republic of Tanzania, that of Lake Zone. Factual. This view obstacles to opportunity to adopt this congregation presented itself to me. I had to another opportunity that to jump all it. Thank you again for inviting me. Mr. President, the 6th phase governance of the United Republic of Tanzania, the leadership of Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, places highest importance on higher education as the driver of all change we want to bring to the people of our beloved nation of Tanzania. The government has resolved to harness the on economics transformation program that puts the quality education at the center of thinking. This will enable the wealth who have come from our education institution to add skills and knowledge for the development of country community. World back 2017. The government of Tanzania is taking serious efforts to transform our education system. They have been enhanced over years, speech by children in schools, and the quality of skills acquired upon graduation. That is why we have agreed to more on its skills education. Instead of academics only, skills education means that even if a children fails to continue with telltale levels of education, he or she can know where to head and find their own life path. The Ministry of Education is preparing the new Tanzania education curriculum. Several meetings involving the government and the stakeholders have been convened to collect recommendments about the initiative. Apart from making sure that every Tanzania children becomes patriotic, know their rules for the country, the Ministry of Education is preparing the new Tanzania education curriculum. Several meetings involving the government and stakeholders have been convened, collecting recommendations about the initiative. Apart from making sure that every Tanzania children patriot knew their rules of the country, the new curriculum will also emphasize on vocational education. The government intends to build vocational institutions every district where students will learn issues of importance in the area. Being in the digital area, where Open University of Tanzania you are doing very well, the government also plans to support the use of building a big digital hub that will enhance learning and later top opportunities resulting from the digital worlds. Our President, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, has also prioritized economic growth in a variety of ways. She plans to strengthen Tanzania economy through the fourth development of fishing, mining, tourism, and agriculture in country. We are still at various stages of realizing it built in through intellectuals like you that we have begun to get the clarity of vision towards what we want to achieve in the country. The government of the United Republic of Tanzania has determined to utilize its natural resources, including oceans and lakes, to drive the development agenda outlines in the Tanzania Development Vision 2025 RGZ 2020I and the Zanzibar Blue Economy Policy RGZ 2020. I have been told that the theme of today in Convocation is the contribution of open distance education in the social policy and economic development of Africa. This is very relevant subject, especially to the emerging changes with happening across the globe, where distance education comes in an immediate solution to challenges such as COVID, pandemic, and war crisis in countries such as Russia and Ukraine. My thinking is that institutions of higher education such as Open University of Tanzania need to increase its enhancement to every qualities in Tanzania and stimulated economic growth by identifying economic opportunities as well potential challenges in regional across the country. Distinguished guests and gentlemen, as you are well aware that during the COVID pandemic, we have been dramatic shift in how distance education is positioned with institutions, especially the conventional institutions. Whether it has been relocated with the mainstream academic aim of institutions or where outreach and extension divisions have generated new attention and support, it is clear there is now major faculty and distance education and online learning. Almost every institution in many other countries. Open and distance learning programs are new to make valuable contribution to the socio-economic development of countries that offer such grammars. Many countries have therefore recognized that open and distance learning is a powerful tool for achieve the country's education and training needs and the potential instrument in creating and learning society capable for bringing about certification, technology, social and economic development. All these can not be discarded with a proper linkage between open and distance learning institution and economic agendas of especially countries here in Tanzania. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I firmly believe that this convocation will an excellent opportunity to elaborate on the need of open and distant learning in Africa. The contribution of open and distance education to the socio-economic development in Africa, we are fortunate to have been as key policy makers and will learning experts on the topic. I am confirmed that new insight and knowledge from participants will have to deeply our standing and providing basis for concerned actions by stakeholders. The challenges to realizing inclusive growth and sustainable development goals are enormous and requires our concerned action. Sincerely, I hope this convocation workshop will help lay a path towards prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable region. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, regardless of the ways we explore to ensure that higher education takes the driving seat in economic development of our country, distance education and online learning will continue to pass institutions of higher education to examine their existing thinking and how they look at serving the post-tradition students who are now on the increasing. The fact that the Open University of Tanzania will be celebrating its 41 graduation here in Mwanza tomorrow is an indication that multiplication of learners optioning for distance education even here in Mwanza. Conventional universities must think of integrating distance on online learning into system of the year to increasing participating of Tanzania in higher education. On the one hand, on device mechanisms of making, generating, entrepreneurship skills relevant for increasing of jobs and self-employment for graduations. I'm glad to learn that the Open University of Tanzania is working closely with the National Open University of Tanzania and Lawyers Open University of Ghana in different areas. May I wish that the Open University of Tanzania should support Law Open University of Ghana to develop internal capacity to handle distance education. Mr. President, ultimately, we must stay focused on what should our higher learning entail. It should be about changing our mental model and helping learners challenges existing ideas and expand their views, the discipline and the word, and it's about answering the biggest challenge, the role of higher education for distance development, especially in our guesses for the contribution of open distance education to the socio-economic development in Africa. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I thank again for inviting me here today, to looking forward to fulfill productive and enlightenment days with you. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Lake Zone. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me give you opportunity to use in Swahili. This is special for Regional Commissioner here in Mwanza. So I'm supposed to learn as it is. Habari za asubuhi mabibi na mabwana. Mwenyekiti wa Convocation, Profesa Bisanda, maprofesa wote mlioko, doctors, watumishi wote wa Chuo Kikuu Huria, mwakilishi wa mkuu wa wilaya ya Nyamagana, jiji la Mwanza, waalikwa wote, akiwepo Mheshimiwa Mudhiri na timu yake, lakini wanao graduate leo, na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, naomba niseme ya kwangu. Haya nimesema nikimwakilisha mkuu wa mkoa kama yalivyoandikwa. Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, kwanza kabisa nimshukuru sana Profesa Bisanda na timu yake yote ya Chuo Kikuu Huria. Lakini nimshukuru sana Chancellor wa Chuo Kikuu Huria, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania Mheshimiwa Samia Suluhu Hassan, na marais wote waliopita. Na nataka niwe shuhuda kwamba moja kati ya vyuo bora Tanzania, cha kwanza mpaka cha tano, Chuo Kikuu Huria ni mojawapo. Lakini pia Chuo Kikuu Huria kimeweza kuwasaidia wengi. Watumishi mbalimbali wameweza kupata nafasi ya kusoma wakati wakiwa wanafanya kazi. Lakini pia elimu inayotoka hapa kwa madaktari, maprofesa na wahadhiri wengine, watumishi wenzangu wameweza kuitumia elimu hii kwa manufaa ya taifa letu, hasa kwenye uchumi, lakini pia pamoja na maendeleo mengine kiutendaji. Tumeonea maeneo mbalimbali, tumewaona ambao wametoka hapa Chuo Kikuu Huria wamekuwa bora sana katika taifa letu la Tanzania. Profesa, hongera sana na timu yako. Lakini leo ukiona chuo kikuu kimefikia hapa Huria, tuna zaidi ya wilaya 160. Karibu kila wilaya Chuo Kikuu Huria kipo. Sio vyuo vyote viko hivyo. Lakini leo tunakwenda kila kata, Chuo Kikuu kipo kule. Leo kanda zote Chuo Kikuu Huria kipo. Maana yake nini? Tunaposema tunakwenda kutoa elimu kuanzia ngazi ya chini, leo mtu aliyemaliza kidato cha 4 akija hapa anapata nafasi ya kusoma. Leo waliomaliza degree ya kwanza, ya pili, ya tatu wanapata nafasi pia kuendelea na mambo mengine hapa. Kwa hiyo Profesa, mimi nikushukuru sana kwa niaba ya serikali ya mkoa wa Mwanza kwa namna ambavyo unafanya kazi kuhakikisha Chuo Kikuu Huria kipo karibu na kila mtu. Ulipo chuo kikuu kipo. Huna haja ya kutembea umbali mrefu, unakutana na Chuo Kikuu Huria. Maana yake Open University iko kila mahala. Unatumia nafasi yako vizuri. na bado pia unaweza ukanufaika kwa sababu ulipo na grade yako, lakini unaweza kwenda sehemu nyingine ukapata nafasi pia ya kusoma ukiwa unafanya kazi. Maana yake tunajivunia na chuo kikuu huria. Mahali kilipo tunaweza tukasema tunapiga hatua. Mheshimiwa Rais Samia Suluhu Hassan, tunazungumzia uchumi wa kati. Maana yake ukiwa na learned people tunafika hapo ambako tuko leo. Tunaweza kupiga hatua zaidi. Kwa hiyo Watanzania wenzangu, wana Mwanza, na ukilinganisha mkoa wa pili kwa ukubwa Tanzania ni Mwanza, tukipokee chuo kikuu huria, tukitumie chuo kikuu huria mahala popote kilipo, tupate nafasi kwenda kusoma, tujisajili. Kozi za kila aina zipo, mimi binafsi ni shahidi najionea. Kwa hiyo mko walimu hapa, wako watumishi mbalimbali, tusiwafungie. Profesa amesema hapa, miaka ijayo kina mama watakuwa wengi kuliko kina baba wanaosoma. Kwa hiyo mimi niombe kina mama fursa hizi, kina baba wasiwafungie, wawape nafasi, mje msome. Kusoma ukaelimika ni faida yako, bila kujali utaajiriwa ama utaajiri, lakini maana yake utakuwa umepata elimu itakao kusaidia mahala fulani. Mwisho, Profesa na mwenyekiti, tunazo changamoto leo. Tunatamani kuona kozi za uvuvi, watu wanaotaka kufanya uvuvi wa kisayansi mpate nafasi muintroduce kozi hizo. Leo SUA wanatumika kwa ajili ya kufundisha watu watakao kuja huku kusaidia kwenye kilimo. Tuna kila sababu pia muangalie kwa mapana, kwa sababu leo Watanzania wanatamani uchumi wakati uendelee kuwa mkubwa zaidi. Kwa hiyo mkipangana vizuri, tuna vyuo vikuu vingi Tanzania, mnaweza mkafikiri baadaye mkaona sio vyuo vyote vinaweza vikatoa education, yani taaluma ya education kwa maana ya degree, masters na PhD. Lakini mkigawana leo tutawakava Watanzania wengi sana kwa maeneo mbalimbali, kwa sababu leo ukigusa Profesa, kila chuo kinafundisha kozi ya uchumi, kila chuo kinafundisha kozi ya education, kila chuo kinafundisha kozi pengine ya taaluma nyingine zinazofanana kwenye maeneo hayo. Kwa hiyo mkikaa vizuri, tukagawana courses, tukapata wanafunzi wengi zaidi, wakaenda wakatumika vizuri zaidi, mtaliangalia namna ambavyo tunaweza kuendelea kule mbele, tukapiga hatua. Lakini tukushukuru sana na timu yako, lakini kwa niaba ya mkuu wa mkoa wa Mwanza, Mwanza ni tulivu. Wageni hawa wote walioko hapa, sisi tunaweza kuaccommodate pote wanaotaka kuishi, wakiamua kuhamia hapa hapa Mwanza. Sisi tumejipanga, tuko vizuri. Maeneo ya kuishi yapo, hoteli za kukaa wao yapo, lakini pia miundombinu ya shughuli wanazotaka kuzifanya ipo. Na nataka niwaambie, Mheshimiwa Rais Samia Suluhu Hassan amemwaga fedha nyingi sana mkoa wa Mwanza. Mojawapo standard gauge inatembea, manake inaendelea kujengwa, billions of money. Mkipita hapo tuna bandari kavu. Profesa na timu yako na mwenyekiti ambaye yeye anatoka nchi nyingine anaweza kutafuta eneo kwenye uwekezaji. Tumejipanga vizuri mkoa wa Mwanza, sio mbali, ni kilomita 5 tu kutoka hapa, bandari kavu iko hapa. Lakini sambamba na hiyo tuna meli ya kisasa hapa, karibu bilioni 89 inajengwa, manake itazunguka Uganda, Kenya na nchi zingine hapa. Kwa hiyo yoyote anayetaka kuja kuwekeza, hiyo meli mwishoni mwa mwezi wa 11 huu tunaitumbukiza ndani ya maji kwa kwanza installation ya umeme. Maana yake anayetaka kuwekeza, karibuni mje Mwanza. Lakini pia tuna daraja la historia lenye zaidi ya kilomita 3.2, zaidi ya bilioni 700, 2024 linakamilika. Mheshimiwa Rais anaendelea kuleta fedha, daraja linaendelea kujengwa, tunawakaribisha wanaotaka kuja kuwekeza. Lakini hatujaishia hapo. Mwenyekiti, hapa sisi tumejenga stendi za kisasa. Ukienda hapa Nyegezi, tunaleta mabasi kutoka Uganda, kutoka Kenya na maeneo mengine. Huu ni uwekezaji. Tumeweka fedha zaidi ya bilioni 20, lakini tayari stendi imekamilika. Tunao stendi ya Nyamongolo, tunalo soko la kisasa. Tunapozungumza miradi mikubwa hii, tunatarajia kuona Watanzania nje ya nchi na ndani ya nchi waje wawekeze mkoa wa Mwanza. Kwa hiyo Mwanza ni familia kwa uwekezaji wa ndani ya nchi na nje ya nchi, bila kujali. Jiji la Mwanza limepima viwanja, Ilemela wamepima viwanja, njooni mwekeze, na kukuhakikishia kwamba hata chuo kikuu huria katika mkoa wetu wa Mwanza tutawapa kiwanja eneo la Ilemela, eneo liliwa kamili, lililotulia, ili muendelee kutoa elimu zaidi na zaidi kupita hapa tulipo. Kwa hiyo nikushukuru sana kwa kunipa nafasi, lakini pia mimi kama mwanafunzi wa hapa, mimi kama mdau, mimi nakushukuru sana. Tutaendeleza chuo kikuu huria, tutakisimamia chuo kikuu huria, na nikushukuru. Na mwisho niseme, siku ukiniandaa nitatoa madini zaidi. Nakushukuru sana, asanteni sana.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Salum Kali kwa hotuba yako nzuri kabisa, na kama ulivyosema siku nyingine utatoa madini, lakini haya uliotoa pia ni madini mazito kweli kweli. Tumpigie makofi Mheshimiwa DC. Asante sana DC wetu, umezungumza mengi, sina haja ya kuyarudia. Kwa hakika tunakwenda mbele. Kama ulivyosema, serikali inafanya mambo mengi kuhakikisha tunapata maendeleo, na pia vile vile umetualika kwenye uwekezaji. Hakika Salum Kali, wewe ni good branda, umeipamba Mwanza kweli kweli, na sisi tumeelewa. Tutakuja kufanya uwekezaji na tutahamasisha watu wengine kufanya uhamasishaji. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. According to our program, it's now time for keynote address under the topic, Contribution of Open and Distance Education in the Socio-Political and Economic Development in Africa. This is our today's topic that is going to be presented by Professor Olufemi Peters, the Vice Chancellor of the National Open University of Nigeria. Allow me now to take this opportunity to welcome Professor Bisanda, so that, Professor, you can welcome our guest speaker. Karibu sana, Professor Bisanda.
Good morning again. Professor Olufemi Peters obtained his Bachelor of Science degree, got and second-class upper second in chemistry from the University of Ibadan in 1979. After his long year National Youth Service in Kano, he obtained a Master of Science degree in Polymer Science and Technology from the University of Ahmad Bello in Nigeria again, Zaria, in 1982. In 1988, he obtained a PhD degree in Polymer Science and Technology from the Victoria University of Manchester, that is in England, as I say, 1988. Peters started his teaching career at the Ahmad Bello University, Zaria, as an assistant lecturer in 1982, and joined the services of the National Open University of Nigeria in 2003 as an associate professor, and he was later promoted to the rank of professor in 2006. At Ahmad Bello University, Professor Peters taught in the following areas of chemistry: the chemistry of industrial raw materials, polymer chemistry, chemical thermodynamics, protein and carbohydrate chemistry, quantum chemistry, petroleum refining processes, rubber technology, and petrochemical processes. At the postgraduate level, he lectured in a specific area of polymer degradation and stabilization. He served as an external examiner for a number of doctoral theses and was in various times a panel member for accreditation exercises of for educational regulatory bodies in Nigeria, such as the Interim Joint Matriculation Board, National Commission for Colleges of Education, National Board for Technical Education, and National University Commission, respectively. He also serves served variously as a member and chairman of a number of committees for the Standards Organization of Nigeria and the Raw Material Research and Development Council, respectively. Olufemi Peters served as Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Nigeria Stored Product Research Institute in Ilorin, an agency of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development between 2014 and 2018. At the expiration of his tenure, Peters returned to the National Open University of Nigeria in January 2019, and in February 2021, Professor Peters became the Vice Chancellor of the Nigeria Open University, where he has respectively served as Dean in the Faculty of Science. He served also Director of Academic Planning, Director of Examinations and Assessment, and Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics. In addition to his journal articles published in proceedings in the fields of chemistry, polymer science and technology, agriculture, as well as in open and distance learning in peer-reviewed international journals, his personal contribution to scientific innovations included co-designing and constructing a locally made 60-degree gross meter for determining gross levels of surfaces of coatings, including that of human skin. He also led a team of researchers at the Research Institute to patent 2 of the institution's research findings, one of which is their diatomaceous yeast, which effectively is useful as a grain protectant without side effects to human beings. Also, during his tenure as CEO of that institute, he designed and constructed a 5-ton parabolic solar dryer for grains, fruits, and vegetables. In open and distance learning practices, Professor Peters has served as lead consultant of the Commonwealth of Learning in Vancouver, Canada, to a number of African universities and many Nigerian universities seeking to transit to dual mode delivery, and on areas of policy formulations for dual mode institutions, quality assurance practices, and management of ODL institutions. He also led several study teams from Noun to ODL institutions such as the University of South Africa, International College Group and Western Cape Learning Centre, Cape Town, Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi, National Institute of Open Schooling, NIOS in India, and the University of London. His membership of professional associations include the Chemical Society of Nigeria, the Polymer Institute of Nigeria, the Material Science and Technology Society of Nigeria, and the Institute of Public Analysis of Nigeria, the African Council for Distance Education, and the International Council for Distance Education. Those are the institutions that is a professional member. Professor Olufemi Peters is also a fellow of the Chemical Society of Nigeria, Society for Peace Studies and Practices, and he is also presently the first vice president of the African Council for Distance Education. Professor Olufemi Peters, you are very welcome.
Habari za asubuhi. The guest of honor, Honorable Salum Kali, Magu District Commissioner, representing the Regional Commissioner for Mwanza Region, the President of the Convocation, Professor Modest Varisanga, the Vice Chancellor and friend, Professor Eliphas Bisanda, other university vice chancellors and heads of institutions here present, the deputy vice chancellors, deans, and faculty members here present, distinguished guests, dear parents of graduating students, the successful graduates of the day, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be at Mwanza in Tanzania. But I want to appreciate Professor Eliphas Bisanda. All the way 4,000 kilometers from Nigeria to here, this man brought me here. We met recently at Pretoria at a meeting of the African Council for Distance Education, at the 44th Executive Board meeting. And he broached this idea of coming to give this lecture today. But I didn't really, he told me he would tell me the time. And therefore I wasn't too surprised when after some time I got an email from him inviting me to come and give this lecture. So my thanks go to Professor Bisanda, who has been in the practice of open and distance learning for some time now. In fact, he's almost now a colossus, both in the African Council for Distance Education committee members and also in Tanzania. I'm sure you know he's an engineer, but like many of us, if you had my CV, like many of us who forayed into various fields, we are back in open and distance education. It is a testimony of what open and distance education is doing to us individually, to our community, and to the humanity. This is not my first time here in Tanzania. This is actually my third time. I've been here twice under the late Vice Chancellor, Professor Mwete. But this is my first time in the lake city of Mwanza. I bring warm greetings from the Council, Management, and Senate of the National Open University of Nigeria. When this invitation came and I informed my Chancellor, the chairman of my council, he was extremely happy. And we saw this invitation as a sign of brotherliness that we must seek to entrench between the peoples of Africa in general and between the faculties of ODL practitioners and specifically between our two institutions. And as you heard earlier, the Open University of Tanzania and the National Open University of Nigeria have come a long way. We have collaborated in many ways than one, and this is one of such. And I'm happy to report that in a few weeks' time, I'm sure some of your members will lead a delegation to the National Open University of Nigeria and will be very willing to accept and treat you wonderfully. But what I can say, so far in my stay here in Tanzania, I have to say that Professor Bisanda and his team have treated me like a king. And I want to tell him that in my country, Nigeria, we normally do have a cliche, which we say, we shall certainly retaliate when it comes to Nigeria. But let me congratulate all the students who are graduating this year. And this must be a very great day for you, your parents, families, and friends. More in particular, I want to congratulate those students who have won awards today. It's a sign of commitment, a sign of dedication. And as you will see later when I go into my main topic, this is one of the beauty of open and distance learning. For some of you graduates, this is another laurel added because you've already had perhaps a certificate, a diploma, a BSc. But some, this will be a new thing in your life. and it will then be a day of joy. The Open University of Tanzania is a university that was established in 1992, and we all now accept that during the 41st Convocation and the 32nd of Congregation, this university has come of age. We are now living in a time of far-reaching changes in our teaching methods, and your university, the Open University of Tanzania, is at the forefront. It is fantastic to note that the tools that the Open University of Tanzania that you use for your own delivery of instruction, of teaching, they are now the mainstream that all universities, including those who are not open universities, are now using. It is wonderful that not long ago, we were using this delivery method and we are being scoffed at, we are being laughed at. But this is what is happening now. All the conventional universities are also now using our delivery method. OUT, OA! To address this topic this morning, I want to ask one pertinent question. And the question is, does Africa really need open and distance learning? Does Africa really need open and distance learning? In order to appreciate what we have, we need to ask this question to be able to know where we are and what we have. Because what it does is that it puts emphasis on the rationale for the scope of our discussion today. So the question is, does Africa need open and distance learning? If I want to take you to memory lane, Africa had always been a metaphor of contrasting issues. To the West, that's the Western Europeans, who had exploitative conquest of Africa. Africa has always been to them a continent in a perpetual state of chaos, manifesting in prolonged crisis of governance, political instability, conflicts, and so on and so on. But to us Africans, to us in Africa, Africa is a paradise on earth. Beautiful climate, elegant fauna and flora, warm and friendly people, fertile soil, and so on and so on. But except for the miraculously low occurrence of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have always carried the top spot in human frailties. HIV/AIDS, Ebola, ethnic cleansing, they've all connived in claiming the lives of many of our people in the continent and has made Africa the unenviable dark continent of the world. The fact that most African countries score very low on achieving the sustainable development goals make obvious the need that we have to tackle the problems facing the continent. What the rest of the world, especially the Western countries, do through their institutions of interventions like World Bank, like Rockefeller, like Ford Foundation, like British Council, was to pour in aids, various types of aids. And what it does is that they were trying to redeem the so-called worsening state of our education. But the irony was the concentration of this aid was not on tertiary education, but on primary education. And it is obvious why they do that, because they want to perpetually keep you in bondage. Because until you have higher education, will you be able to take control of your tomorrow. So, but what do we do? Hitherto, in our own continent, the major agent affecting the process of education has been the traditional educational system. The traditional educational system has been the mode of education. And what are the features of this? It is face-to-face, structured courses of study, fixed locations of learning, fixed timetables, and a system of certification. However, for various reasons, many African countries have not been able to fully, using this method, provide education to their citizens through this conventional mode. And the issue, therefore, is what do we do? What are the challenges? The first challenge is that we have access and enrollment challenges. And I want to please plead with you, I want to use the example of my country. The university admissions using under the old system have always admitted only about 31% of the students who apply to gain admission into the university. And for those of you who have my lecture, I have a table there that demonstrates how the conventional system has not been able to adequately provide access to many Nigerians who have applied into university admissions. The other challenge we have is that even when they admit them, we have what is referred to as low carrying capacities. That is, if you check my slide, you will see that the classrooms are usually too overfilled. In my country, you see students standing by the window receiving lectures. That is what are the things that we are meeting. You see the crowd, the classroom or the lecture theater crowded. So you ask yourself, what kind of education will they get from there? The other issue about conventional, and I was happy Professor Bisanda mentioned this today, is that the old method of teaching has restricted access. What do I mean by restricted access? Is unable to cater for a wide range of people in our continent. People who are physically handicapped, women who are in further, people who are working in business offices and have no time, people who are working in oil services. These are people that the conventional system has not been able to cater for. Why? Because they must live wherever they are and go to the classroom. And that brings me the idea of the iron triangle of education. We claim that they have low carrying capacity. So what should they do? What they should do now is to expand the number of students. But they are unable to do that. And I want to thank Sir John Daniel, the proponent of what we refer to as the iron triangle of education, which says that you cannot improve access, you cannot increase the number of people you are going to admit without having an issue about quality. And as I told you earlier, where the classrooms are very filled up, you of course understand that the population, that the quality of the teaching will come down. Or the same thing with access and cost. If you improve access, the cost will come down. But they are unable to meet the cost of the services they are providing. And so these are the challenges of what we refer to as conventional face-to-face universities. They have challenge of cost, they have challenge of quality, they have challenge of access, principally in order to be able to take more of our people in Africa into learning mode. So it became very clear to most African governments that we needed a new strategy which must aim at educating the people of Africa for the African situation. It is in this context that distance education can be viewed as an appropriate method of delivery of education that can help Africa address many of these developmental deficits. But the question is, can distance education be the rescue? We may need to ask ourselves. But we know that using distance education may help solve the problem of the sub-Saharan Africa by utilizing the comparative advantages that it has through, you can avoid the opportunity cost of taking people out of their normal employment for training. You can reach a large number of individuals. You can democratize education by widening access and participation. You can raise educational standards through the use of high-quality materials, and you can equally be cost-effective and more efficient than traditional college campus-based educational systems. So this was what we decided. And the next question is, all right, Africa has embraced open and distance learning. To what effect? To what effect? If you watch my narrative, the first thing we said was, do we really need it? And we tried to give you the example of the low governance, the kind of structure we have in Africa. The fact that Africa was unable to admit as many students that they would have wished, in as many programs as they would have wished, in as many fields, and as many people that they wanted. And then we came to the question that, all right, if they are not able to do it, what are the conditions that made that possible compared to the conventional universities? And we're able to tell you some of the shortcomings that we have in the conventional universities in an attempt to be able to meet the SDGs. So Africa now has engaged with open and distance learning. What is the prognosis? I must tell you that the first, perhaps the oldest distance education in the world is in South Africa, the University of South Africa, which was established in 1946. And you all know that, but for that university, many of the so-called leaders that we have in South Africa today would not have been a leader because they would not have gone to school. We also have, in 1960s, the Institute of Adult Education of the University of Tanzania. In 1962, we have the INADES Foundation by Cote d'Ivoire. In 1971, we also have international extension colleges that assisted many institutions in trying to deliver, many countries in trying to deliver open and distance learning. In 1978, Nigeria came into the fore through the National Teachers Institute of Nigeria. And in 1992, the Open University of Tanzania was established. In 1999, Zimbabwe Open University was established. And in 2002, my university was established, even though it had earlier been established in 1983 but was suspended. It was now resuscitated in 2002. We also have Sudan Open University in 2002, Zambia Open University in 2002, Open University of Mauritius in 2010, Lawe Open University College Ghana in 2014, Botswana Open University. I'm now trying to demonstrate that all the democracies in Africa have suddenly realized the importance of open and distance learning. And across the board, we are now having countries established open and distance learning. And Tanzania is not an exception, or else we will not be here today. It was tried that with all this in Africa, there must be a body that holds them together. And that was why in 2004, the African Council for Distance Education was established as a coordinating agency for distance education practice in Africa. The current president is Professor Goski Alabi, the consulting founder of the Lawe Open University of Ghana. Currently, the council has over 34 members, and your university is one of them. My university is one of them. So we have now established open and distance learning. We know where we are coming from. We know the faults. We know what we want to solve. We know the challenges, the social, economic challenges that we have in Africa. So now that we have open and distance learning, and I've given you names of universities that are doing that in Africa, what next? So I haven't answered the question that Africa needs open and distance learning. What then are the contributions of open and distance education to the social, political, and economic development of Africa? What then are the benefits? What are they contributed? The first main benefit that Africa had was improved access to education. And the first target was that without teachers, you cannot really teach anybody. So the first process began with directed teacher education in the early days of open and distance learning. And countries like Nigeria, Kenya, Malawi, Botswana, Tanzania began this to train teachers using the method of open and distance learning. In 2004, for instance, Nigeria, through its ODL program, trained 10,629 teachers, compared with 30,000 teachers that were produced by all the universities in Nigeria. Just one institution produced 10,629. Also, within 3 years of the commencement of its teacher training program by ODL, Malawi produced 18,000 trained teachers. Normally, it would have taken them, all the campus-based universities, 12 years to produce this number. So you could see part of the benefit. We were able to train our teachers who could then go back to our primary and secondary schools and impart the knowledge. The other advantage that we benefit from is school enrollment. We now know that ODL has indeed increased school enrollment across sub-Saharan Africa. In Tanzania, for example, the establishment of the NCI led to increased enrollment in secondary education through ODL from 6,709 Nalans in 2007 to 12,345 in 2012. Similarly, the Open University of Tanzania increased its enrollment from 11,356 learners in the year 2000 to 68,969 in 2012, according to Minjagila. And according to the African Council of Distance Education, when a cumulative students enrollment reaches the value of 92,000, as has been done by Open University of Tanzania, they are now referred to as a mega university. And Open University of Tanzania is the largest tertiary institution in this country. The same thing NOUN now also offers admission now to nearly 25% of students admitted in over 150 public universities. Did you get that? NOUN, the university where I come from, admits 25% of students in Nigeria's 150 compared to Nigeria's 150 public and private universities. We have this advantage, therefore, that what open and distance learning has been able to do is to increase the knowledge base of the people of Africa through open and distance learning. And if you go through my slide, you will see a table that has demonstrated these statistics for us to be able to appreciate. The other area which open and distance learning has been able to do is the cultural and religious enhancement. The cultural and religious enhancement. Earlier on, Professor Bisanda said that when he became a vice chancellor at the Open University of Tanzania, the total number of female students that were admitted was just 25%. But now, the total number of students is now 44%. Most African culture had regarded the role of women to be homekeepers, unable to leave their spouse and children to go to a conventional university. And that is one of the examples that we can give. Similarly, at my university, the data show that we also had an increase in the enrollment of female students, also at an average of 44% of the total student population achieved. So you could see that even between Open University Tanzania and National Open University of Nigeria, we were all able to improve the enrollment figure for our women. We now know from our practice that open and distance learning institutions are now accessible to all women, including women in Poda, nurses in hospitals, full-time housewives, and all those that cannot meet the demands of compulsory physical attendance of conventional universities. We also know that open and distance education will allow the nomadic people, such as the Maasai of Kenya and Tanzania, to be able to go to school, to be able to learn. We also now know that the Fulani herdsmen of the West and Central Africa, where I come from, and the migrant fisher people of the Niger Delta, where I come from, who are also been excluded from education because of their social way of life, are also now part of the population that we can call are now schooling. With the ODL system, therefore, they can remain and do the practice, the culture that they are used to, that they are familiar with, and still have access to quality education. The third point is leadership and governance. I told you earlier that what the West did was to concentrate on primary education. Of course, if you have primary education and you have mass number of students who have pupils who have come out of it, where else would they go? But that wouldn't be their own concern. Their concern would be to continually subjugate. And those of us who are here will remember what used to happen in South Africa of old, where those programs that are available to our people in Africa are programs like home economics, how to take care of home, things that are not, that don't demand high faculty. But ODL has changed all that. ODL has contributed to the development of critical mass of educated citizens that is increasingly available for political leadership in Africa. We have no other example than our guest of honor today, a political leader who has done, is our alumni, he has done a first degree and is currently doing a second degree. Please clap for him, please. So ODL has provided that base, that pool that we can draw, and some of whom can be our political leadership. It has provided continuing education that suits the schedule of senior employees who need additional qualifications or for special programs to improve their competencies on the job. The ODL institutions, including Open University Tanzania, have assured the relevance of their knowledge, identify skill gaps, create special programs, and build the right skills that has helped promote economic development and social cohesion. Many captains of industries in my country and in Africa today have joined their organizations after secondary school education. You will recall that many of them joined UAC and all those big companies using secondary education. But many of them were now able to upscale their knowledge, and they've had to acquire additional qualification through distance learning institutions. Therefore, ODL has contributed to the training and development of our political leaders. And we have other two notable examples. One is Mandiba, the late Nelson Mandela of South Africa, who is a historical figure in our lives in Africa and who schooled through open and distance learning. The same thing in my country. I have somebody called Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, who many of you will have heard, who despite the high office that he occupied, was also able to enroll himself into the open and distance learning and is now a doctor of the National Open University of Nigeria. Another benefit, another contribution of ODL is meeting special professional needs. One of the beauty of open and distance learning is that we can adapt our programs to suit many fields. Flexibility of time and space, which distance learning provides to students, that is the design of courses and programs that meet specific market needs of professionals, is only possible through open and distance learning. For instance, for us at the National Open University of Nigeria, we have designed courses for several industrial needs and professional associations, including cybersecurity, forensic services, peace studies and conflict resolution, transportation studies. These are courses that would have been normally difficult to mount in conventional universities, but for which, and I will come to that later, because of the way we package our courses, because of the way we manage our courses, we're able to specially tailor some of these programs to suit the needs of our people in Africa. Another area is meeting special education needs. Professor Bisanda has just said that a miracle happened, and the miracle was the deaf was able to communicate with the blind. This is one of the wonders of open and distance learning. Because in open and distance learning, the last person must be catered for. These kind of facilities are not available in the conventional. So what we have done, therefore, is we are equally raising the number of people in Africa who are knowledgeable, who have skills, who have gaps, no matter their situation, no matter their circumstance. I want to tell you that in my university, we have 184 students who are physically challenged, either having hearing aids, visibility, or ability to walk. And we have special department that caters for them. This is what open and distance learning has done. It has provided equity. And you can see one of your motto here is equity. So open and distance learning provides equity. That no matter your status, the open and distance learning institution is able to meet with you. Now, I want to go to the next level, which, for me, I cannot avoid commenting, because this issue is very dear to my heart, and it is what we refer to as the self-discipline and distance learners, and what this does to a human being, to a society. We're all aware of the ways the digital world is changing our day-to-day life in several remarkable ways. Still, there are some facts that will cause great trouble for students: temptation for the wastage of time, vulnerability to negative and mischievous distractions, and all the rest. But what does ODL do? Because you have to learn on your own, because you have to school on your own, it offers you self-discipline and self-organization that leads to success in education and other areas of life. If you are to ask the person who came first overall in this university, he will tell you that one of the things he learned as a student of open and distance learning, like all students of open and distance learning, is self-discipline, self-organization. And you know what self-discipline does to a human in a society. You know what self-organization does to a human being in a society. So, and these are some of the beautiful things that open and distance learning has done. The next one is internationalization of the higher education curricula. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to tell you that when Open University Tanzania was going to start, one of the places they visited was National Open University of Nigeria. Just like when National Open University was going to start, there are a number of universities that we also visited. We visited the Indira Gandhi National Open University. We visited Open University UK. We visited Open University of Hong Kong. In fact, our first Vice Chancellor was from the Open University of Hong Kong. What am I saying? I'm saying that ODL institutions in Africa have developed special relationships to advance scholarship and enhance the visibility of the continent through engagement bodies. We have bodies like Commonwealth of Learning, International Council for Distance Education, Association of Commonwealth Universities, African Council for Distance Education, International Council for Distance Education. And in fact, for us at NOUN in Nigeria, we have trained academics from 12 universities in the West Africa sub-region in the adoption of blended learning techniques. In addition, over 3,000 students are being trained in special entrepreneurial skills and the use of ICT to enhance their learning and their employability. Through working collaborations within themselves, we have established working relationships of staff and students. As we speak, colleagues in various faculties from UNISA are in my country and my university conducting benchmarking and study tours between NOUN and UNISA. In our 3 weeks' time, we are also expecting colleagues from the Open University of Tanzania to also go to Nigeria, Open University, for study tour. We have had success stories of student exchanges between NOUN and UNISA and staff between the Indira Gandhi National Open University. So what this does is that this has enriched knowledge, enhanced outlook beyond national boundaries, and encouraged continuous reimagination and search for solutions of African problems. Closely linked to this is that our course materials are being developed not just by us alone, but by a combination of experts from across universities, from across country. So we're able to reduce the effect of external and internal brain drain in tertiary institutions by utilizing homegrown experts like yours as teachers, regardless of where they work, regardless of their location. Tomorrow, Open University Tanzania might want to start a program, and they might consult UNISA or construct NOUN to be part of those that will provide the notes to those modules. These are the kind of things that Open University does. It reduces brain drain. It motivates the academics who are working. And it has led to the quality in content of our materials, in production of our materials, and use of such materials. Another area that open universities have done, which I'm not sure you are doing, but you may have to think about it, is the ODL and the correctional processes. In my country, like in South Africa, one area where ODL has had a significantly high impact is in the training and rehabilitation of prison inmates. Prison inmates are amongst the group of non-traditional students that ODL sought to emancipate. UNISA has a robust system, now also has 12 centers in 12 prison facilities, including those with maximum security control facilities in my country. We've had 68 inmates have graduated through National Open University of Nigeria while they are still in prison. And currently we have 1,582 inmates that are enrolled in our university. This is what open and distance learning has done to contribute to bring equity. And in one of my visits to the correctional center a few months ago, one of the questions that was asked me by one of the inmates was that, could we, as a university, appeal to the Ministry of Interior that once they pass their university degree, they can be given a reprieve in their prison sentences. Can you see how ODL has contributed to the social development in Africa? We all know that now, thanks to the COVID-19 pandemic, what is paramount now as part of our tool is the ICT penetration in education. In all the countries where there is an open university, ICT, open universities have taken the lead in the ICT competence and penetration. During the COVID-19, while conventional universities shut their doors, ODL institutions continue to teach and conduct regular exams online. Our exposure to technology has fostered the development of critical thinking and problem-solving skills amongst ourselves and amongst our students. Our platforms that we use our people have started developing alternative technology platforms to Zoom, to Google Docs, to discussion forums. We are now having Africans who are now developing these tools as a means of communication. Without open and distance learning, without the challenge of COVID-19, we probably will still be sitting down on our oars. But this is what ICT has done to us, open and distance learning institutions, and we have taken it with our two hands. We now have our youth who are globally competitive, they are resourceful, and they are creative. When I entered here this morning, I asked the director of the regional center one simple question. I saw them photocopying there and I asked a question. Who owns this business? And she told me that it is owned by the students. ODL institutions we have established multiple locations called study centers in all countries where we practice it. For instance, UNISA has 3 main campuses and other regional centers. Now has 3 main campuses and over 100 study centers. The Open University of Tanzania has 30 regional centers and a number of examination centers. So what have we done by this location of study centers? What we have done is that we have brought the gown, we have taken the gown to the town. You know, the university started as an elite way of doing things. High heavens, the master at the top, and the students learning from under it. But that's not what we have done. We have democratized it. Anywhere we have multiple locations. What it means is that that town in my country, where they cite an institutional education becomes a beehive of economic activities. Because students will come there. There is no way students will invade a locality and there will be no increase in GDP in that area. That is what we have done. We have increased in every locality that we have. In Mwanza here, we have increased the GDP because each time our students come here, they engage in economic activities. This is what open and distance learning has done. And the more number of centers we open, the more this type of encouragement happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, what that one showed this morning is the spirit of entrepreneurship amongst our students, even whilst they are still students. So ODL promotes employment generation as it allows participants to study and pursue their careers and also engage in business. The ODL centers are beehives of economic activity and they have encouraged the growth of local enterprises in their communities. ODL learners have the opportunities to establish startups, develop business opportunities, and take on gainful employment even while still studying. These are the benefits that we have as open and distance learning institution to our community, to our people, to Africa. What next, therefore? Africa, what next for ODL institutions? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, guests, I have spent the last half hour reflecting on a few pertinent questions relating to our community of practice. ODL institutions have made significant contributions in expanding access to educational opportunities. Yet, due to an ever-growing youth population, gross tertiary enrollment rates are still relatively low, and that is the challenge for our institutions. There is still high number of our people who are yet to be captured. Therefore, we must continue to strengthen our capacities, especially in the use of emerging technologies, to reach the unreached, widen and adapt existing services to fit African cultural idiosyncrasies and design new quality standards for improved efficiency and effectiveness of ODL delivery systems. ODL has emerged as a growing trend in the attempt to massively educate Africa. And ODL will remain a strategy for expanding the opportunities for formal and non-formal education provisions to reach more remote locations. ODL will remain a strategy to increase use of technology, especially radio, TV, and mobile phones, to deliver quality education. ODL will remain a strategy in strengthening the capacities of education providers and improving their welfare. And ODL will remain a strategy of ensuring that our education curricula are relevant to the socio-cultural needs of the people. Without a doubt, Africa is once again on the threshold of history with ambitious social, economic, and educational development agendas, such as the Continental Education Strategy for Africa and the wider Agenda 2063. This is the Africa we want. Conclusion: without gainsaying, education will play a prominent role in the accomplishment of these goals and other international development goals that African nations have signed up to. What has become clear to open-minded and discerning analysts is that the kind of education that will be required for the accomplishment of these development targets are deeply rooted within the practice of open, distance, and digital learning. I want to submit that open and distance learning offer important opportunities for the social economic development of Africa in various sectors of human activities. Important manifestations of this are already evident across our continent, and I see this often as I travel to different African countries in the course of my current assignment. Like I said earlier, I have also observed this in the few hours since I arrived in your beautiful country. Asante sana.
Asante. Hello, hello. Thank you very much, Professor Olufemi Peters, the Vice Chancellor of the National Open University of Nigeria, for a gracefully narrated speech. Indeed, it was really a wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, let us have a very big clap for Professor Femi. Thank you very much, Prof. The presentation really discussed a number of issues regarding the contributions of open and distance education towards socio-political economic development in Africa, as well as the benefits, challenges, and way forward. Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much for the speech. And this speech will be shared online so that a good number of people across Tanzania and outside Tanzania can access this wonderful, wonderful speech. Looking at our program, it's time now for discussions. And here I have several discussants. One is Professor Goski Alabi from Lawe Open University of Ghana, who is online. So Mr. Sanga, please, you can connect Professor Alabi so that can discuss this very important discussion, very important topic of today. The second discussant is Dr. Miraji Kitigwa. Miraji Kitigwa, prepare yourself. After Professor Alabi, you will also discuss this topic. We have also Professor Elinami Swai, who is also our discussant for today's topic. Mr. Sanga, are you done? Okay, while Sanga is doing with the connections, are you done? While Sanga is doing with the connections, Dr. Miraji Kitigwa, please. Miraji Kitigwa, Dr. Miraji Kitigwa, karibu sana. You are much welcome. And Professor Varisanga is the one who is chairing this session. So Professor Varisanga, you will carry on. Sant.
Thank you very much. I'm highly delighted but fearfully delighted to be invited here and to be given this rare opportunity to serve as discussant in relation to the keynote speech that has been given by Professor Olufemi Peters. And the comments I will give are based on the contents in Professor Peters' keynote speech on the contributions of open and distance learning in the social, political, and economic development of Africa. And of course, I have heard some of their biographies. Most of them here are hard scientists. I'm a soft scientist, a social scientist. And so by today, I'll apply the said Newton's law of motion, which states that for every action or force in nature, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So even my observations will mirror the contents of the speech in equal and opposite directions. I'm sorry to say this. Essentially, and as Professor Olufemi Peters has just admitted, the subject matter he has discussed is broad in terms of title as well as ingredients. And actually, this professorial speech was elegantly drafted to cover the broad range of African educational, social, economic, political, and historical flaws and strengths. Now to the content. Let me start with Professor Peters' accusation that perpetual state of chaos and prolonged crisis of governance characterized by political instability, bad governance, and chronic internecine conflict in Africa is a perception of people mainly outside the African continent, particularly the West. Here, I would like to take a different view and try to remind this congregation, as well as Professor Peter, that even Africans themselves, and even the residents of Africa, have the perception of the dark side of the continent. And that's why we witness many African youth frequently attempting to illicitly float, they cross over the Mediterranean Ocean in search of quality life, including education. In connection to the foregoing, Professor Peter has publicly said that the impact of COVID-19 in Africa was miraculously low. I insist the word miraculously low. So, in my view, I doubt over the authenticity and reliability of the data that were released in relation to COVID cases from African states. If the score was miraculously low in Nigeria, I'll take Tanzania as a case in point, where during the high of the pandemic, there was an outright government denial of the COVID-19 pandemic and some contradictory promotion of unsafe and unproven treatments. Moreover, in April 2020, the government of Tanzania stopped publishing the COVID-19 data, such as a number of cases and deaths, and saying it was fueling public panic. And ministers and other high government officials declared that Tanzania was free of COVID-19 as the disease had been defeated through a 3-day prayer and fasting. So as academics, were we supposed to trust in such miraculous solutions? Of course, it's true that using open and distance education may help solve some of the problem of the sub-Saharan African country by utilizing its comparative advantages, including reaching a large number of individuals. However, reaching a large number of individuals or massive student admission is one thing, but meeting the intended objective of offering affordable and quality education is another. It should also be noted that with the effect of globalization and the educational commodification, where students are now regarded as clients instead of learners, there is likelihood of compromising the quality of education. University management are now proud of huge numbers of both students, admissions, and graduates, irrespective of the progress, the completion rates, and professional competencies of the products. And of course, the statistical tables indicated in Professor Olufemi Peter's presentation are evident. They are much more focusing on student admission rather than student competence. In addition, perhaps instead of saying Africa needs ODL system, at some point one can conversely and correctly say ODL system needs Africa. And this ODL system needs Africa and an extra continental push. And let me try to adjust the original question that was put forth by Professor Olufemi Peters. Do Africans need ODL? Not does Africa need ODL. Do Africans need ODL? Because Africa is a contested concept. In other words, it appears most of Africans are not ready for quality ODL system, both mentally and physically. And African universities and other educational institutions have been grappling to emulate what those in Europe and America do. But let me remind you that the concept and ideal of socio-economic and political development may be multidimensional and context-based. Just as Agenda 2063 envisages for the need for people-centered development, the same should apply with determining the mode of education delivery in the continent. Africa is not Europe or America. In the contribution, now I will give you a caveat that we should not absolutely criticize the conventional mode of university education for its failure to ensure adequate access, quality, relevance, cost, and governance, as Professor Peter has quoted from Oded Kule. Similarly, we should not overly praise open and distance learning institutions as constituting the educational panacea, particularly in the African environment. In my view, ODL should go in line with the conventional education system, which still has wide acceptance, the word over, including in the developed countries. And of course, the biographies of a large percentage of those at the high table is evident. May I start with Professor Oreku. He studied in Northwest University in South Africa, a conventional and full-time university. Then in Odessa, Ukraine, conventional full-time university. Professor Ngaruko studied in Makerere, SUA, and then University of Manchester, conventional, University of London, I'm sorry. Professor Olufemi Peters, University of Ibadan, Ahmadu Bello, and then Victoria University of Manchester, the Institute of Science and Technology, all conventional and full-time universities. Professor Bisanda studied at University of Dar es Salaam, then went to Cranfield University, Bedford, United Kingdom, then Bath, all conventional and full-time universities. I'm not sure about Professor Varisanga, but I will know later because I'm informed that he studied in Cuba, possibly a conventional and full-time university. So I'm not here to downplay the open and distance learning mode. So, but in addition, by accident, I could not see the specific facts or data on the increase of number of women and Islamic women and African nomadic people in relation to the introduction of open and distance learning in Africa. How many women have been attached to the university education? How many nomadic people? Lastly, what is considered in the professorial speech by Olufemi Peters as the last contribution of open and distance learning would probably be the first one. That is, open and distance education helps to reduce poverty level among workers of different categories, as the mode of education enables them to upgrade their certificate to higher levels, which will in turn earn them promotion and increase their salary structure for better and improved standards of living. And much the same can be said of many politicians, including Olusegun Obasanjo you mentioned, and senior employees who need educational certificates, not additional qualifications and competencies. I will conclude by leaving a question on how we can disentangle the actual contribution of open and distance learning from that of conventional learning in the socio-economic and political development of Africa. I've given you the general evidence. If you want to grow high, if you want to grow, you should opt for open and distance learning. But if you want to grow high and sit on the high tables, as you can see, you should. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Kitigwa, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time. Actually, you attempted to go to the other direction from Professor Peters' move, and that's academically accepted. I think you want to react, or you react last. Yeah. Now I go to the audience, please. We are behind time, but we shouldn't actually rush because this is the key not speech which we are to discuss and enjoy. It had 4 elements: information, excitement, and so on and so forth. So let us take time to deliberate on this presentation. Please. Sorry. So please, we take around 4 rounds, 4 people at one time. I see Dr. Asumani, Dr. Samzugi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to commend Professor for a very insightful presentation. And have you said that we are running out of time? I have two short questions which will need an answer from the presenter. The first one, in page number 11, the presenter said that in 1984, known was closed. It will be an interest for this audience to know the reason why known was closed in 1994, so that it can be a lesson to other ODL institutions. The second question is related to the contribution which has been made by known in publishing a number of learning materials, and those materials, they are in the public domain, and I've been advocating that some of the causes, they can also see the possibility of adapting those resources, because if you look at them, the majority, they are convertible, or they are in line with the curriculum of the Open University of Tanzania. My question is, how did they manage to prepare those materials? What experience Professor can share with the OUT, so that also we can have a contribution to the world of knowledge? Thank you very much.
Okay, next, please. Next. Okay, President also.
Comrade President and the chair of this convocation and the keynote speaker, allow me to go straight to the agenda. I should say, perhaps the keynote speaker did speak out few stuffs, however, did not go to the much details as I expected it to be. And too bad, one of the discussants raised the concern of the battle between the conventional and the distance learning kind of mode, and left out discussing the exact matter, which is which way can distance learning contribute to the economic, social, political, and economic development. But the question that I had raised first was, what kind of education as Africans do we need? That had to be the first question, per my little view. And then we all speak of the freedom that the people has who studies at the open and distance learning. That freedom, to what extent do we speak of it? Does it allow every individual to join the open and distance learning? I'm asking this question basing on this agenda. If you look at the conditions for the person to join the open and distance learning, it's likely to be the same with the same of the person at the convention universities. It's likely to be the same. Actually, it's the same, because either the policymakers are unaware of the existence of this open and distance learning. And when that raises, then it raises another question. How can we raise a lot of educated people if we don't give every person an opportunity to have such kind of education? I'm saying I am a fisher, or let's say I'm a farmer for more than 30 years. My education is darasa la saba, that's standard 7, for those who doesn't know English, I mean Kiswahili. But then I need to have this kind of education, of which I expected the open and distance learning to be offering. However, for me to gain that, I will need first to put myself into the normal kind of education system, which is the same with those at the convention universities. Then I ask myself, will this open and distance learning really support individuals to gain the education for them to support in this economic and political matter? But using an agenda that for you to have the title or the political high post, you need to pass into the convention university. I would go against that. That doesn't stand anywhere unless you search for the political support for people to raise up their arms for you if it's not about crapping. I think we need someone with the highest level of critics, not someone from the whatever kind of university may pass through. That's what we are missing as Africans. And I expected the open and distance learning kind of mode to offer that. To allow people...
Mr. President, please, if you can summarize.
Yes,
for the interest of time, please.
I am about to. If this kind of open distance learning education needs to support, really support, we need to move out from the theoretical kind of mode, the same as conventional. We need to go into the practical kind of education. Offer the opportunities for the young politicians who wants to be the giant politicians to use that kind of knowledge they have and put them into a practical way for them to become useful. Take someone who's good at whatever he's doing practically. Offer the theoretical education, but in a practical mode for the person to be of use. But if we do not do that, it will remain a fight between the conventional and the open and distance learning, like how one of the discussants did. And actually, at a point, it's very hard. I'm finalizing. I'm finalizing, Comrade President, I'm finalizing. And sometimes it's very hard to speak of this kind of model of education among the ones who are different from you. I don't know if you're getting my point. Kuzungumzia kuku wa kienyeji ndani ya brohera, it's very hard for the brohera to understand.
Actually, I
thank you very much.
It is very difficult even for the presenter to understand what was the real question. I got only one question. How does ODL contribute to the socio-economic growth? But the other issues were not actually part of his presentation. Those issues pertaining to the regulatory, our regulatory, which is not actually what he presented, but you may make some attempt to address what he said. Before any other round of two people, please. Okay. Meanwhile, let us get the response first.
I know. Thank you very much, Convocation President. This is my first time of giving a public lecture, and we're having a discussion with it in an environment like this because it's rather wide. But I must thank the guest, the first speaker, who really did a very intellectual discourse on the topic. And one of the issues that he raised was the COVID statistics. There is no doubt about that Africa had extremely low index. In my country, we were doing that. And we were living in fear in Nigeria because every day we were watching what was happening. The irony, the only support that we might give is that most of the statistics that we had concerning COVID were those on the urban areas. But of course, that was where we had the major transmission taking place, because that was where we really had. In my country, especially there was a time when academics were falling down one after the other, and everybody who was a lecturer was looking at each other's face, especially those campus-based lecturers. So yes, the statistics, I didn't pick up the statistics, but I know that compared to what happened in Europe, ours was relatively easy. Now, the other statement he made, which I agree with, is that ODL should go hand in hand with conventional universities, because ODL is not an alternative to conventional university. ODL is not meant to displace conventional university. ODL is meant to assist the upscaling, the upliftment of us, providing us with another avenue for us to be able to improve on ourselves individually. That is what ODL is all about. And that was why the main tenet of ODL is access. People that will not have been able to be captured by the conventional, so you can go there. And for him to have mentioned that all of us who are seated here products of conventional universities. It's actually beating the fact. At the time we were schooled, there was open and distance learning was virtually non-existent. And what is happening now is that the number of people that is going through open and distance learning now is far, far more than the number of students that conventional universities are still passing out for the obvious reasons. But I agree, we are not supplanting conventional universities. We are supporting conventional universities. And one other thing which is said, which is right, is that the acceptance of open and distance learning has taken us this long until COVID-19, because the method of our delivery has always been in question, and the issue of quality has always been there. But like one of the gentlemen said about NOUN, the course materials that open and distance learning institutions put out there is there for everybody to critique. In conventional universities, we don't know what they teach. When I was a lecturer in Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, I had the master to teach what I wanted. If, for instance, I was in chemistry department, and at the material time of a particular year, there was issue of poisoning, say lead. If lead was not in my syllabus, in my curriculum that year, I had the privilege of veering into that place and asking majority of my questions on social issues that bordered on lead poisoning. It won't happen in open and distance learning, because you will have to stick, because the students that is in one study center must receive the same knowledge from another person in the same study center. But that is these are some of the things that is very intricate. Then the issue of the data, how many women have been well, in my country, we have a Ministry of Nomadic Affairs. We have a Ministry of Women Affairs. Nomadic agency. What it shows is that there was a deliberate attempt to use open and distance learning to get these people to upscale their knowledge, to be able to teach them the art of their skill, and to be able to improve their lot. So I have that experience that in my country, we have that. And in actual fact, I took part in where I was working before I moved to Open University. The FAO of the United States of America wanted to use open and distance learning approach in extension services for Faculty of Agriculture. So these things are there. And it is through the tool of open and distance learning that we can benefit from. In 1984, the NOUN, National Open University of Nigeria, was closed. The reasons that it was closed was basically for political reasons. And since I wasn't part of the management at that time, we wouldn't know how or why it was closed, but we knew it was political. And it was not closed by you close it. It was closed by starving of funds. When the government don't release funds for you, then you are unable to carry out your functions. And so when it came back in 2002, we were using the same act that they were using in 1983. We were using the same act to restart the university in 2002. So really, that was what happened in the case of Nigeria. Then the learning materials, the adaptation, how did we manage to produce? One of the greatest input into establishing open and distance learning is the content. It will task any institution that wants to do it, because that is your teacher. Your content is your teacher. Your content is your instruction. So that is the most important thing you have to get. And there are various means of getting that. And one of the fastest ways of getting that is what happened between Open University Tanzania and National Open University of Nigeria, National Open University of Nigeria, and Indira Gandhi National Open University, and Open University UK, just like OUT came to NOUN, we also went to Indira Gandhi National Open University to get their course materials and adapt. In actual fact, we modeled our course programs to mimic that of Indira Gandhi National Open University. And that is the beauty of open and distance learning. There are cross-cutting, there are cross-leverages, there are cross-benefits that institutions do share amongst each other to improve the quality of the content that you deliver. Unlike if I were to be the only lecturer. And I must say, and I've said it again in my country, that the reason why I changed over, please listen carefully, the reason why I left a conventional university to an open and distance university was that I had a rare chance of engaging in course material coordination when the Open University of Nigeria was going to be established. And I was given course materials written by IGNO in the areas where which I lecture in my university. And when I look at the depth of the course material, and I look at compared to my note and the depth and the quantity, I told myself that whoever prepared this really wanted to educate this. So I told myself, I took the course material from the coordinate, from the marking, from the writing workshop, took it back to Zaria, and that formed the basis for me to say in my speech that anybody who passes through open and distance learning must be a good student. Because the quantity, the quality is there. If in my university, in my country, we offer strike a lot. So if we are supposed to teach for 6 weeks, and we taught for 2 weeks because of industrial strike, I am not likely going to ask a question on those areas that I didn't teach as a face-to-face lecturer. That restriction is not allowed me in open and distance learning because the quantity, the content is there. So, and that was part of my move. That was part of the reason why I had to move, because I felt that the course material is rich, and if there is any fault in it, you could easily point it out, and a review will be made within the next. In our university, we do review every 5 years of any course material. So this is one of the advantages of open and distance learning that I see, in terms of if a student is able to discipline himself, organize himself, and study the content, the person will be a master of the particular field for which he's studying. So I will advise that you can either adopt, or you write it scratch, meaning you get a team. My university is very good now. My university is very good at having a team work production of course materials. We have gone beyond that now in my university. We are also now producing instructional videos. We are producing instructional videos now for our students. You have the content, physical, then you have the instructional videos that the students can use pari passu that of the physical content. And what it does is that it enriches the mode, the mix of communications between you and the student. They see you on video per module, and then they go back to the course material and then they read. So the opportunities for learning in open and distance learning, like he said, for our clients, not students, is extremely very high. But for the fact that students are not able to sit down, ODL is a veritable tool to also add to knowledge for Africans. The last is about relevance. Relevance. I've told you the open and distance learning is not necessarily degree. It's not necessarily certification, degree certification. That is why we have continuing education. That is why we have lifelong learning. And the relevance, it is us. I've just given you an example now, that it is us that can decide what we are going to teach, how we are going to teach it. it is the open and distance learning content that describes that. And if, for instance, a body, an oil company, wants to be able to train his staff along a particular, the best place to go to is an open and distance learning institution. And that is what is happening in my country. We now have many of these training companies engaged in open and distance learning in order to train their staff. They don't need to travel to leave the place of work, those in the oil companies. They don't need to go to Lagos to go and study there. They study at home, and there is electronic communications, there is also physical communication. So in terms of relevance, open and distance learning is also extremely relevant. And finally, I want to, for the main discussant, I still want to say this. Yes, we all school in conventional universities, but we should realize that the main thrust of open and distance learning is the main issue that face-to-face cannot meet, and that is access. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Peter. Can we put our hands together for his actual reaction to the issues raised? Any more discussion? Yeah? Yes.
First of all, I want to commend my colleague for a very nice presentation that is opening our minds. But I want to partly answer the issue of contribution of ODL to socio-economic development. ODL, who studies in ODL? Initially, basically, were people who were left behind by the formal system. For example, when we started the Open University, most people who came were those who were holding certificates. They have to do a foundation course and then move on and move on and move on. And these were left out completely from the system. They were rejected, the system. I would like to give you the example of Dr. Mgode, who unfortunately passed away, I think last year during COVID. Dr. Mgode finished Form 4, and then he couldn't go to high school because the passes didn't agree. He didn't have the right passes to go to high school. So he went to the veterinary center in Temeke. He got a certificate as a laboratory technician veterinary and was working in sewer science lab, cleaning test tubes and all this. That was all he was doing. He was a lab attendant at sewer, Sokoine University of Agriculture. Then he heard about the Open University, so he came and registered for foundation course. Then it was allowed. You could do foundation course with your certificate. He did a certificate course, and he passed. He registered for a Bachelor of Science, General, BSc General. When he finished his Bachelor of Science General, he did very well. He returned to SUA. Oh, well, he was always at SUA because he never left the job. He was working, studying while working. So he was still working at SUA, and they found that this guy has passed a BSc General. So what they make? They promoted him probably to something. And then he applied for a scholarship. He went to Pretoria and successfully completed a master's degree with honors. The master's degree with honors. He came back to SUA. He continued to work at SUA. And then he got another scholarship to go and do a PhD. So he went to Germany. And he got a PhD with distinction. You know, in some countries, you don't classify PhDs. But there he had a distinction and he became like a research fellow of the university. Even when he came back to Tanzania, every year he would go to Germany and spend 2 or 3 months doing research with his colleagues. But what did he do in Tanzania? This is the guy who started training rats on how to detect tuberculosis. And then he trained them on how to detect bombs, landmines. And one of his rats is very famous. He was taken to Cambodia because in Cambodia there was a civil war there. There were bombs everywhere. And that rat discovered so many bombs. They gave it an award. A rat. This is the kind of examples we have. And I know even amongst us there are people who have had similar experience, who were rejects, but now they are no longer rejects. They are very, very resourceful people in our community. That is the main contribution of open distance education. You can't deny it. And some of you, I'm sure, you have completed your degree. You didn't go straight to university. Me, I went straight to university. He gave an example of me. Yes, me, I got an upper second with a good GPA. I was kept as a TA at University of Dar es Salaam. And I went to the UK for my master's and PhD. I came back and by the time I was 40, no, by the time I was 35 or 34, I already had a PhD. I already had a PhD. By the age of 40, for some of you who don't know, by the age of 40, 41 to be exact, I was an associate professor. So that was very fast. But some of you, we are struggling to get a bachelor degree when you are already 50. But that is value for you because you're going to be promoted and they're going to do more things. And most of you have been researching in the areas where you saw a problem at your place of work. You are coming back with more knowledge to solve the problem. That's the whole aim of open distance education for adults. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much, Professor Bisanda, for that contribution. I think for the interest of time, we better stop at that. I'm told there was an intervention from Ghana. Is it still there? He wanted to say something, the professor from Ghana. Eh? Okay.
Good morning. Yes. Thank you very much for the opportunity. This is my name is Kaka Delosium, the Dean of the Faculty of Law. I'm standing on behalf of the Vice Chancellor of Lawe University College in the person of Professor Dr. Goski Alabi. I first of all want to thank the President of the Republic of Tanzania, the President of this convocation, the VC and the VCs, deans and directors of the Open University of Tanzania, and all the staff, invited guests and graduates. I bring you greetings from the Consulting President and Vice Chancellor of the Lawe University College. In Ghana, we say Aiko to out. And Aiko means well done for all the good work you have done and keep on doing. Mr. President, we want to take this great opportunity to say thank you once again because the Open University of Tanzania serves as a beacon of hope and a window for higher educational excellence and research, for which Ghana remains grateful to partner with you in this opportune time. Lawe University College and the OUT continue to foster Ghana and Tanzania relationship to contributing to higher education and development through distance education. As other speakers have already questioned whether or not we need open distance education in Africa, my answer is definitely yes, for a simple reason. For that matter, that open university or open education is a recipe to reducing poverty alleviation in the continent of Africa. And a lot have been said that I need not repeat them on the subject of ODL, especially the speech delivered by Professor Peters. I salute you for the long and elaborate speech, which actually captured every sector that I would have also contributed in the area of political, social, and economic benefit as far as then. Mr. President, having been continuously mentored by actually to Ghana, especially that we are the first open university in Ghana, that is Lago University College, and we are very happy of this good relationship through the hard work of your staff that we work closely with in this journey. I, in this juncture, want to singularly thank the Vice Chancellor of the OUT, the Deputy Vice Chancellors, and especially also my senior colleague, Dr. Maulid, Dr. Flora Kiwandi, as well as the Dean of the Law Faculty of OUT, Dr. Winston, including other staff who have actually supported Lawe throughout this journey. And we will continue to work with you smoothly. And we want to thank our sister universities that have been invited.
Our colleague from Ghana, thank you very much for your appreciations. However, here is heavily raining, so we are very sorry that we cannot proceed with you, but we have received all the appreciations. Thank you very much. To that particular note, let me now take this opportunity to welcome our alumni, Honorable Mudhihiri, for word of thanks. Karibu sana Mudhihiri.
Honorable guest of honor, the Vice Chancellor, allow me on behalf of colleagues, alumni, to sincerely and humbly thank you, the VC and your team, for inviting us to this important occasion. Candidly speaking, we miss the proper weights that will carry the weight of our thanks to our brother and friend, Professor Femi Peters. Indeed, your speech has shown the importance of African educationists to revisit our education system, if at all we want to bring about the meaningful socio-political and development of Africa. You have heard the reactions from the discussants here. They are not the normal drops of rain, but somewhere upstairs are heavy clouds that need to be cleared. And if you may kindly please, let me go through two very short quotations that will be helpful to you, Professor
and other educationists in the Open University of Tanzania to make sure that our education gives us, because you asked us a question, do Africa need the distance and the Open University of Tanzania of education? Yes. The answer is absolutely yes. But what kind of education is the question that raised some misunderstanding here. So because I'm sure you've allowed me to go through those two short quotations. Yeah. I quote a quotation from Lord Macaulay's in his speech to the United Kingdom Parliament in December 1835. I quote, "I have traveled across the length and breadth of Africa, and I have not seen one person who was a beggar, who is a thief. Such wealth I have seen in this country, such high moral values, people of such caliber, that I would not think we would ever conquer this country unless we break the very backbone of this nation, which is her spiritual and cultural heritage, and therefore I propose that we replace her old and ancient education system, her culture, for if the Africans think that all that is foreign and English is good and greater than their own, they will lose their self-esteem, their native culture, and they will become what we want them, a truly dominated nation." End of quote. The second quote is from Barack Obama in his book, The Dreams of My Father. I quote, "They don't educate, but trained you. They train you to want what you don't need. You change in thought and not in well-being. What is the result?" He adds, and I quote, "There are people who don't have a lot and live in the middle of nowhere." Mr. Vice Chancellor, I think if the Open University of Tanzania and our brother, Professor Femi, take these words of Professor Macaulay and Barack Obama, we will see where we are stuck. It's not a matter of the importance of distance and open education, but what are the contents of our education? That's the main problem to bring about a meaningful social, political, and development of Africa. Without much ado, allow me to thank again the Vice Chancellor and your team for remembering us. We feel proud. Professor Femi, I took my LLB here, my first degree in law, and I took my second, my master's in IT and telecommunication laws here, and I left with a GPE of 5. Yes. So I'm one among the believers of open and distance education. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for inviting us.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mudhihiri, for your speech, and indeed the quotations that you have left with us. Thank you very much. We will make a critical thinking about them and see how better this open and distance education can be part and parcel of improving the life of our people in Tanzania, Africa, as well as in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let us have a very big clap for Mudhihiri. Asante sana. Now we are going to have a group photo. within this high table, and we start with those who have been awarded, our students and other group of people who have been awarded with certificates. Please, sogeni hapa. Yes. Johnny hapa. Those who have been awarded, please. Wale waliopewa zawadi. Okay. Let's start with the student first. Wanafunzi waliopewa zawadi. Haya, tuanze. Kwa kufanya vizuri, best students. Waliopo ni hawa tu. Haya, njoo haraka. Sogeni katikati. Haya, twende kwa haraka hapo. Picha ya kwanza hiyo. Safi. OUT leaders, Johnny mjoini hapa. Nyie msitoke, kaeni hapo. Johnny chap. OUT leaders waliopewa zawadi. Viongozi, sifa, ukupewa zawadi nani cheti? Njoo. Haya, Johnny. Yule alikuwa upande wa raka. Okay, watu wa raki wasubiri kidogo. Tuje students leaders. Picha yetu itajaa vizuri. Sogea huko. Student leaders. That's good. RAC members, please join up. RAC members. Okay, basi VC anasema nyie sasa rudini, wale RAC members wakae peke yao. Hai, nendeni mkaketi. Asanteni sana. RAC members wako wachache. Okay. Sawa. Tusiwachanganye. Sawa. Haya, RAC members who are present. Hata angekuwa mwe. Sawa. Haya. Deans and directors, please. Deans and directors, please. John. Asanteni sana wawakilishi wa RAC members. Members wa council ambao wapo. Members wa council pia njooni kwa pamoja. Members wa council, deans and directors, members wa senate ambao wapo pia njooni. Watakuwepo kesho. Yupo Madam Maimuna. Karibu madam from Zanzibar. Our member of council from Zanzibar, Madam Maimuna. Karibu. Imekaa vizuri hiyo. Sawa. Kako pale. Sawa. Hapa haizui. Asante sana. Mkurugenzi alichelewa kidogo. Haya, piga tena. Wamekuja. Haya. Alikuwa ndani kule amesikia. Ametoka vizuri sana. Sawa. Asanteni sana viongozi wetu. Sasa tupate ya wale wa tulipoita deans and directors, naona baadhi ya directors sikuwaona. Directors from regional centers, tunaomba na nyie msogee kwenye picha hapa. Tukisema deans and directors manake ni wote. Hata director wa regional centers ni directors. Kwa hiyo mnatakiwa mnakuja pamoja. Sasa njoni mpate picha hapa. Niliona mmebaki kule nikasema vipi tena? Siku nyingine tukisema deans and directors ni wote. Haya, staff wa hapa center yetu ya Mwanza ambao mpo around, njoni. Haya. Directors from different regional centers, from Kigoma, from Sumbawanga, Rukwa, Kahama, Simiu, Shinyanga. Safi sana. Mr. Kapaya. Wewe bado kidogo, ngoja watoke hao. Okay. Vipi hapo, mmemaliza? Bado. Okay. Hai, sawa. Asante sana, imekaa vizuri hiyo. Haya, asante. Mwanza Regional Center staff, njooni. Mwanza Regional Center staff from Mwanza Regional Center. Yes. Haya, imekaa vizuri hiyo. Wengine wako kule wanakuja. Haya, njooni mara moja, pate picha nzuri ya pamoja. Ashazi wale maulidi wako wapi? Ashazi wapate picha. Secretariat mko wapi? Secretariat tunatakiwa tuungane na hawa hapa. Haya, twendeni secretariat ambao mko karibu. Hapo tulieni hapo hapo, Rose usiondoke. Tunaungana na nyesi secretariat pia. Ngoja na mimi kama. Sasa tutapata ya mwisho ya graduates. Graduates wote ambao ni new alumni wetu, tunaomba msogee hapa. Ni wote waje wachache, tutachukua kwa niaba. Haya, njoni basi pale chapchapu, njoni pale mara moja kwa haraka. Tunajua mko wengi, basi tupate wawakilishi. Nasema hii ni picha ya new alumni of the Open University of Tanzania. Haya, taratibu, taratibu jamani. Taratibu, msianguke. Haya. Sasa ngoja itoke grupu hii alafu itakuja nyingine ili mpate vizuri. Wale wa pembeni sogeni kidogo. Ipate hii alafu mtakuja. Utaweka raundi ya pili. Haya, wapige hao alafu tutaita raundi ya pili. Sogeni kwa hapa pembeni. Haya, safi. Mekaa vizuri Mmemaliza? Haya, piga, kuna mmoja kaingia sasa hivi. Haya, chaye shangilieni. Haya. Haya, asante. International students, our international students who are around. Baadhi yao wako hapa. Okay. Our international students who are around, you may stay. International students who are around, please. Yes, from Burundi, Mr. Bizimana, karibu. From Libya, Muhammad Al-Habib, please. From Libya, where are you? Muhammad Al-Habib. Are you around? Okay, hiyo pale. Haya, sawa. Muhammad Al-Habib, sogeni huku. Sogeni. Yes, this. Okay. These are our international students who are around today, and others will be at Furahisha tomorrow. Karibuni sana. Yes. Oh, that nice. Safi. Haya, asanteni sana jamani. Tunashukuru. Haya. Naam. Tumedana. Sawa. Professor Varisanga, you have an announcement. Okay, karibu.
Yes, convocation members, we still have the general annual meeting of convocation, but I think for the convenience, we better break and have our lunch so that we come back, we finish up with the convocation annual general meeting. And this convocation annual general meeting will be followed by election of the convocation president, convocation treasurer, and convocational editor of the convocational newsletter.
So it is important that we gather after our lunch to finish up the business. Do we agree? Are we agreeing on that proposal? Members? If we agree, can we raise our hands so that I see members? Okay, thank you very much for accepting this proposal. So we break for lunch and we shall come back for the two issues. General meeting and the election of president and other members. I thank you very much for your attention and I invite you for the lunch. I think logistics will be announced. How are we going to lunch will be announced by the people who are prepared. Thank you.
Yes, so we are going to have a 1 hour break, Mr. President. A 1 hour break. Okay, so now we are going to have our lunch. We'll be having 3 buffets. Tuweze kutoka hapa tukaendelee kule uwanjani na kadhalika. Karibu mwe.
Yeah, good afternoon members. Hello? Members wa Convocation na alumni, tafadhali tusikizane. Na huko mnakochukua majoho, naomba tupunguze sauti. Jamani tusikizane. Naomba tupunguze sauti huku. Naomba tupunguze sauti. Kuna excitement kwa hiyo hatuwezi tukawa control sana. Members, naomba nitoe taarifa yangu. This is known as the annual report of the President of Convocation. It is usually done through a template, which I am going through it. For those with a tablet, with a booklet, please. Page 52 of the booklet. For the interest of time, we may not go through word by word. But I want to make sure that we actually agree on the issues reported. Are we together? Okay, the first item is actually the indication of members of the Open University. Employee of the Open University. We have the permanent category, contract category, temporary, and the yatoto, including whether male or female. That is the information I have. The following item is about different people who have been appointed to different positions. Starting with the name of Paul Wilfred, Professor Paul Wilfred Ngure, up to number 38, Mrs. Mbiki Msumi, who was appointed on 1st February 2022 as head of Department Public Law. May we congratulate those people who have been appointed on different capacities. Let's clap 3 times. 1, 2, 3. The second item is again appointment from 1st January 2022
to 24th November. We have renewal of employment contract. We have 2 candidates there. Roland Kairembo and George Mabula. Number C is staff departures from OUT. There are about 6 staff who have departed, some naturally, others unnaturally. Like Dr. Akinyi, she has shifted to another position, I think Nelson Mandela. Matekere also to another place, Manyanda to another place, and Mbogo to another place. And the one we mentioned this morning, the late Professor Kigadi. Item number D is staff transferred to the OUT. We have about 3 staff there. Number E, we have new recruitment, where we have about 25 students, candidates. Majority are in tutorial assistant and the few as assistant lecturers. Members, are we together? F is promotions after attaining higher academic qualifications. Okay? We have the names number 1 up to number 17. These have been appointed after attaining higher academic qualifications. I humbly request you that we congratulate our colleagues by clapping 3 times. It was not enough. 3 times, please. Number G is summary of academic staff on postgraduate studies. We have about 5 candidates there. No, 5 units, indicating a total of 76 candidates or staff who are undergoing further studies. Are we together with? H is about Oprah's review, where we have actually total staff on study leave there are 34, sabbatical leave 2, review or recruited staff or transferred in 7, the rest is transferred, and so we actually congratulate those who completed the year Oprah's annual appraisal review. Last but not least, we have to actually congratulate our colleagues who have passed the promotion categories. From Faculty of Education, we have Mohamed Msoroka and Colette Angirwa, from assistant lecturer to senior, from lecturers to senior lecturer. They were lecturers, now they are senior lecturers. From Faculty of Education, from Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, we have Dr. Harriet, Dr. Haule, Dr. Wawa, and Dr. Awinia. They have all passed from senior, from lecturer to senior lecturers. And from Faculty of Science, we have a professor now, Paul Ikwaba, who has actually become an associate professor. From Faculty of Law, we have Dr. Helen Kiuns, who is now a senior lecturer. I think we can congratulate them by putting our hands 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Those are the issues which I thought we should share as the president of Convocation. In this meeting, we don't have issues which come from the previous meeting, so we don't have matters arising. and I wish to end there by informing you that my tenure as the President of Convocation ends today. It is a 3-year term and can only be renewable once. So I have run my first term and I contest for the second term if you endorse me to be there. But but you have a free way to choose for another president. And next to the presidency, we have the treasurer, who is Dr. Harriet Heller. Her tenure ends today. And the editor of the Convocational editorial, what newsletter, who was Kaimukirwa, his term also ends here today as that of mine. I wish to thank you all for the cooperation you offered me. It is not a very big deal to be a president of Convocation. It's not a very big deal, that is, it is not very difficult that anybody can do it. But I think I tried to the level of my best to serve you people who actually chose me to represent you in different occasions. If there are occasions where I messed around, maybe it was due to the human factor, but not intentional. I am free to leave the chair, and I am free to rejoin the chair. So now I will call upon Professor Oreku as the Secretary of the Convocation to officiate the election. And to avoid the prejudice, I will leave the place so that you don't have to worry whether you want to contest for this position or you want to nominate somebody else. Feel free. I am going outside and I won't ask even what has been deliberated in my absence. You are welcome. Thank you very much, members.
Hello? Inafanya. Members of Convocation, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, I think there's no conflict of interest if our outgoing president can stay with us here until when we finish election. Are we okay with that? Yes. So, His Excellency President, the former presidents anyway, you can stay with us so as we continue with our election. Yes, now we are taking the next turn where we are going to have the second round of this part of the afternoon. Like he has mentioned, a lot of success has been done under his leadership, and I hope that goes without no doubt, and we commend him highly that he has done a very wonderful job. And I'm not campaigning anyway, but I think you still have some chances to contest for the seat. I'm not preempting, but we'll go through the normal procedures of conducting election as usual, according to the Convocation constitutions. So I stand to be corrected, maybe what kind of modalities. I don't know how members are in here so that we can be able to vote around, and we have some few secretaries among ourselves who can help us count the votes, or else we can just go for the rule of the thumb that if he still fits in, and to simplify the case, and we can just, so if we are going for the second options, I'm here to receive the suggestions from the members of the Convocation. Any 3 members to second the propositions?
The more. Oh, so almost we have more than 3 people who have seconded the proposition. So I think now maybe we can just put a simple question. And those who are going to object the proposition will have a chance also to raise their hands, and those who agree with what we have suggested will have also to raise their hands, and then we count so that we have the records. So how many people voted yes and how many people voted no, so that to keep the record straight. Are we together? Yes, I think, how many members are we in here? Can we count ourselves quickly there, or we can have one secretary to take us through? Dr. Maulana, please, let us have the numbers of the members who are eligible for voting. Wasivoti, sindio? Siniona members. Yeah. Just a piece of reminder. Prospective graduates are not member yet. Until tomorrow when they are done with the graduation, that's when they can be eligible members. So, members only. Do we have that number? 30? 39. Good. Members of convocations. So in total we have 40 members who are going to vote, and I don't know if we have an opponent candidate who is ready to contest with the outgoing president. Anybody who has shown interest of contesting the seat? I don't see anybody who is opposing or is ready to contest with the outgoing president. Or do you have anybody, someone is trying to propose? Any proposal? Okay, please. Yes, I had one proposal which says nobody has been proposed. So now we can go for voting. So who is saying that the outgoing president should continue with the second tenure? Put our hands up. And except the president himself. So, who says no, that the outgoing president is not the right candidate for the second tenure? Kwa hiyo hatuna kura iliyoharibika, si ndio jamani? Ameshinda kwa kishindo asilimia 99.9. Makofi pamoja jamani. So, I think we have simplified it, and now we have our president going for the second tenure. And without not much ado, I will welcome Mr. President to come over here and thank his voters for voting him in again. Mr. President, you are welcome. The podium is yours. Thank you very much. I'm done with my task. Thank you very much.
Yeah, members, I think it is not very easy to say thank you, but I appreciate for what you have done to me. You have shown you still trust that I can represent you, and what I can assure you is I will remain one and the very modest diamond you voted for. I believe that this goes along with my colleagues, Kai Mukirwa, who was the editor, and the Harriet Heller,
as treasurer of Convocation. Okay? Yes. On their behalf, as they are not around, I also thank you for your dedication. I remember that you voted me in my absentia. I was not around, so I had no time to do the campaign. But today, at least, I started to campaign that I still need to come back if you are not worried. And it has resulted very positive. Anyway, what I can assure you is together we can still communicate and work together for the benefit of our university. And take it from me, I will remain as frank, as honesty as I have always been. For those who, some way or another, I top on their toes, it is because this is how I am. It is not by intention or by design, but this is how I am. I call a spade by its name. A spade will remain a spade, and a spoon will remain a spoon. So let us work together for the better of our university. Na ndio maana nilikuwa nimetoa koti nikijua sirudi. Sasa nitaenda kuvaa tena koti langu na tai. Nimalizie. Asanteni sana.
Okay. Thank you very much, the President of the Convocation, Professor Varisanga, the Secretary, and the DVCs here present. I hope we are done. We have completed everything in our booklet. Sawa. Kwa hiyo naona tumemaliza jamani shughuli yetu ya leo ya Convocation. Kidogo. Karibu.
Msije mkasema nimenogewa na mwenyekiti. I just wanted to share with you one fact. Have you observed the convocation booklet of this year? Nadhani mmeiona eh? When you compare with the booklets which we had for the 3 years, it is completely different. You know the reason? The reason is because for the very first time, the issues of a convocation has been run by academic staff. I don't want to say that non-academicians are not good, but we have been letting this activity to go as if it is not our business. So my actually appreciation go to these two guys, Dr. Maulid there and Dr. Maulana. They've done a very great job. Given the time next year, we should expect it to have even better convocation report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, President, and Dr. Maulid and Maulana and the team are there. Maulana, Maulid, any word? Is the director for links and convocation unit, something like. Utaisema vizuri mwenyewe.
So we thank you very much, members, for your participation and also for the election. And we've decided to select our president, Professor Varisanga, to be our president for the second term. So we thank you very much, and we really appreciate for your effective participation since the morning until now. And I would like also to appreciate the team from Mwanza Regional Centre because they've done a wonderful job. And I would like to appreciate the DRC, Dr. Ansfrida. Could you please stand up? Yes. So we really thank Dr. Ansfrida because we've been together with Dr. Ansfrida since the time when we are preparing for the convocation while we were in Dar es Salaam, and the time when we arrived in Mwanza, everything was, I would say that we are set. So we really appreciate. But we also appreciate the staff from Mwanza Regional Centre. Actually, they've done a very good job since the time when we started preparing the event, and even today. Actually, we could actually see the organization, the seating arrangement, and everything. So they've done a wonderful job. So we really appreciate for their efforts so far. And the food as well, we've seen that people, there's lots of food. Everyone is satisfied with the food, the drinks, and everything. So we really appreciate for the service providers as well, and the committee for organizing the food and everything. So we really appreciate. So otherwise, we also thank the university management for supporting us and for facilitation of this event. So we really thank you very much. Having said that, I think it's the right time now to say that on behalf of the committee, I would like to say that we extend our sincere appreciations for your support, for your advice and everything, and for your participation as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maulid. That now makes the end of our today's event. And let's now continue with the preparations for the tomorrow's graduation. Wish you all the best. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki, tukaendelee na maandalizi ya shule yetu ya kesho. Asante sana.